Wan Xianong also took the opportunity. Since my lord wants to leave, I can't insist on it. Let's go. The leaders of the three major forces had spoken. Immediately, everyone's face revealed a happy expression. They were all extremely happy. Some were so excited that they were about to cry. Tisk tsk, you want to leave now? A black demonic shadow suddenly appeared in the sky and floated like a cloud. A voice came from it. The few immortal state warriors stay, the rest can leave. Who are you? Everyone was shocked and looked up. The sky had long been covered with dark clouds, and they could not tell where the sound came from. The more powerful the devil descends, the more the carrier is needed. Otherwise, if the world's power is too strong, it really won't be able to withstand it. However, you goons below the god realm don't even have the qualifications to become carriers, the voice said. That's why I've only sealed the energy of my finger in their bodies. Even so, there were still some who couldn't take it and directly exploded. The voice was ethereal, sometimes east and sometimes west. There was not even an exact location. Everyone was bewildered, but the martial artists below godly state were secretly delighted, forcing them to join the alliance, and just now, he had randomly sent people to their deaths, completely not treating them as humans. He had long been resentful. Li was shocked. I've only reached godhood a few days ago. There's no point in me being a host, right? Everyone, No, your body is very special. Not only is it meaningful, but I also value it the most. The voice from within the black cloud carried a teasing smile. Li was instantly enraged. Damn demon. What do you think the powerhouses of the heavenly martial realm are? I originally wanted to give you the Red Moon City, but now it seems that you are seeking death. None of us will leave. Wan Yiqian also rebuked angrily. We will definitely fight to the death with you. Demon. Li said righteously. That's right. All the members of the Hegemony Alliance are here, and we will not retreat. He coldly glanced at the people around him. Those who were under his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. They all secretly prayed that the demon would quickly make his move and kill Li and the other godly state people. Haha. Since that's the case, then no one should leave. All of you can stay. Laughter came from the black cloud. Then, the demonic chi rolled and condensed into human figures in the sky. This is a Xianxia. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with surprise. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared, all of whom looked exactly the same. Not only that, but these hundreds of people were actually all existences like 10 Directions fierce spirit fiends. Everyone was dumbfounded. As the hundreds of divine realm auras pressed down, many martial emperor powerhouses were severely injured and spat out blood on the spot. How did this happen? Li panicked as well. 100 godly state experts who looked the same? Isn't this too absurd? Ding Shan, the myriad treasure tower, and the others were also dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. Hee hee. The sky was filled with the sinister laughter of that face. Yunxiao scanned them with his divine sense and found that there were 101 people in total. The extra person was stronger, at least at the level of a demon lord. As expected, the strongest person stood out and grinned. Let me introduce myself. After all, it's my first time visiting your world, and I feel very honored. My name is Lan. You can call me Mo Lan, or Lan Jun Blue. Yunxiao and Lingmu Di exchanged a look, and both shook their heads slightly. Obviously, they had never heard of it. Li was already scared out of his wits. Lord Lan Jun, he said. Then what are the names of the 100 lords in Wufu? These are all my clones, laughed Lan. A clone? The crowd gasped. 100 godly state experts' clones? Blue squinted and nodded. That's right. Because the rift is still too weak, it'll be difficult for my true body to pass through it. He had no choice but to pass through the rift in this manner, but after coming over, he discovered that he didn't have enough devilish chi, and the suppression was even more powerful than he had imagined, so he was unable to condense his true body. We can only wait until we return to the demonic realm, or when this city is completely demonized, before we can condense our true bodies. Li Yi's face turned pale. Lord Lanjun, you should hurry back to the demon realm and condense your true body. After all, the realm power of the heaven martial realm is suppressing us. It would be bad if something goes wrong. We are just some small fries with no strength or background. We did not participate in the previous 2 demon wars. Lord, please don't waste your time on US small fries. Hee, why don't you have any backbone? I was planning to refine you into my main body. Don't you find it embarrassing? Emolan smiled faintly. Please, Li Yi pleaded. As long as you let me go, my lord. I know where in the realm of heavenly martial arts there's a better vessel for you. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Although most of them wanted to survive by any means possible, they couldn't say such shameless words. Even Wan Yiqian, who cherished his life, found it hard to speak. Finally, someone shouted in anger, Li Yi, to think that you're the master of Red Moon City, and even established the Hegemony Alliance. You actually have no backbone and grovel to the demon race. No matter how strong he is, he's just a parasite in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Li Yi replied coldly, So what if I'm a parasite? If you have the ability, then go. Lord Lanjun is standing here, so who has the ability? Let me tell you, although this is the first time I've met Lord Lanjun, we feel like old friends at first sight. Whoever wants to harm my lord is harming me. Li Yi, I will be the first to not let him off. Emolan was stunned. The members of the devil race were usually filled with killing intent. They were not very calculative, so there were very few shameless people. She had never seen such a shameless person before. She was stunned and didn't know what to say. Ahem. Ding Shan clenched his right fist, coughed a few times and said, Li Yi's words aren't completely without reason. Furthermore, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Those people from the previous 2 demon wars were all from the Heavenly Martial Union. The Tianyuan Trading Company and the Heavenly Martial Union have always been irreconcilable. In that case, Tianyuan Trading Company and the demon race should have a common goal and interest, which means they should be friends. Wan Xian's eyes were wide open. Although he wanted to surrender and beg for mercy, he really couldn't bring himself to do so. Wan Yiqian couldn't bear it anymore. He said, Since the Hegemony Alliance has been established, everyone should advance and retreat together. Myriad Treasure Store should also stand with the 2 of you. Yun Xiao was speechless. Although he knew that these people had no moral integrity, he did not expect them to change sides so quickly. His heart also became extremely heavy. This land could actually split himself into 100 return to reality realm experts and a true body of the void realm. This was too terrifying. Even Chiu and the Misty Rock Master might not have such strength, so the person in front of him was very likely one of the 8 demon venerables of the demon world. From what you've said, are you planning to rely on me? Emolan asked. If my lord doesn't mind that we're too weak, we're willing to serve you, Li Yi quickly said. The rest of the people also expressed their opinions, but a few people couldn't bring themselves to say it, their faces turning red. Emolan said, It's good if that's the case. It'll save me some trouble. I originally didn't want these dregs below the god realm, but since you have the intention, I'll let those fierce fiends stay. As for the few of you who are above the immortal state, you can host my clone. Boarding? Li Yi was shocked. His voice trembled as he asked, Is it the so-called carrier, just like the 10 or so people before? Yes. Emolan nodded. I really don't care about your little strength, and this is the only way I can make use of your remaining strength. It won't be a waste of your loyalty, and I'll grant you supreme glory. Fuck off, you bastard. I won't let you off even if I die. Li Yi knew that there was no hope of survival, so he immediately regained his dignity and roared. You alien races have offended the realm of heavenly martial arts, and everyone has the right to kill you. Everyone, let's kill him together. The rest of the people also exploded with powerful auras. They were about to die, and everyone wanted to drag a few of them down with them. They glared at Emolan, but no one dared to rush forward. Io, what's going on? Why are you all so angry? Emolan smiled and said, Since you're not willing, then forget it. There's no need to be angry. Let's clean up these dregs first. Then test out your bodies and see how effective the world resistance is. Immediately, 20 clones flew down. 10 of them headed toward Li Yi and the others, while the other 10 attacked mercilessly, killing the martial arts powerhouses. Demons, you'll all die a horrible death. A large number of martial artists exploded in the sky. They were all killed in seconds. Even Tang Xian couldn't withstand a casual blow from a clone and instantly exploded into a meat paste. In the entire Hegemony Alliance, there were only Li Yi, Ding Shan, Wan Yiqian, and Wan Xianong who were godly state experts. The 4 of them saw that they had lost the battle and turned to run away before the 10 godly state experts landed. They had already calculated in their hearts. Emolan had a large number of people, so they would definitely die if they fought her head-on. However, these 100 people were only at the true god realm. If they wanted to escape, it would be difficult for her to catch up. If I had fled from the start, I might have had a chance. But right now, the area within 100 miles is filled with demonic chi. The reason why I only came out now was because I was setting up a formation. All the living beings in this space can't escape. Emolan watched the 4 of them fly away in all directions and disappear from her sight. She did not care and only smiled faintly. Sure enough, the 4 of them flew in different directions and soon encountered a huge barrier that blocked their path. Their faces instantly turned ashen. Emolan smiled. This barrier is not only used to prevent you from escaping. It also has an extremely important function. It can resist the power of the world to a certain extent. More than a dozen figures among the clones immediately moved and flew in the direction of the 4. Other than Wan Xianong, who was still rather calm, the other 3 people's faces were ashen as they directly flew towards the Red Moon City. The barrier protecting the city finally could not withstand the demonic chi and collapsed. The demonic chi collapsed like snow on a mountain. Li Yi and the other 3 hurried toward the teleportation circle. This was the only way to leave the blue barrier. Yunxiao frowned, then teleported down from the void and landed in front of the teleportation array. He casually threw out 36 Northern Heaven Frigid Star Swords, which transformed into a huge sword shape. They stabbed into the ground and connected to the sword realm, guarding the teleportation formation. If the teleportation formation was destroyed, it would be troublesome for the Heavenly Martial Union to come over. The moment Yunxiao appeared, Emolan's face was filled with surprise, as if she could not believe that someone was still hiding under his watch. Li Yunxiao, Li Yi and Ding Shan cried out in shock, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Brother Fei Yang, Wan Yiqian was immediately overjoyed, as if she had seen her savior. She was so excited that she could not control herself. How have you been? Yunxiao smiled. I hope you are all well. Li Yunxiao, Li Yi roared. It was indeed your scheme. Damn it, you just can't see me, alright? How dare you collude with the demons? You are not worthy of being the Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master. Don't waste time, Yunxiao said with a smile. The Fiend Supremacy's clones are coming. Li Yi turned around to look and was instantly scared half to death. He hurriedly said, Open the teleportation array's boundary and let us leave. Wan Yiqian was also extremely anxious and said, That's right, Fei Yang. Quickly open the sword world. This is our only escape route. Escape? You are all the elites of the Heavenly Martial Realm, Yunxiao said in surprise. You are the pillars of this realm. How can you escape at this time? You should be courageous and kill the enemy. Cut the crap. Li Yunxiao, Li Yi said angrily. Don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and remove the barrier. Or don't blame us for being impolite. Everyone, let's kill him together, or it'll be too late, Ding Shan said in a deep voice. The dozen blue devil figures stopped in the distance and did not attack. They watched them talk with interest and sneered. Good. Make your move. In Li Yi's rage, his aura instantly rose to its peak. He knew Yunxiao very well, and he knew that the latter would not move away unless he forced his way through, and the only escape route was right in front of him. Brother Fei Yang, what are you doing? Get out of the way. If he panicked and watched the other 3 attack, he would just stand there, not knowing what to do. Wan Xianong glared at him and shouted, Attack! Brother Feiyang, please forgive me. Wan Yiqian stomped in the air and sighed. He immediately formed a seal with his hands and slapped forward with the other three. The four forces gathered in the air like four flying dragons, chasing each other. In his surprise, Yunxiao hurriedly thrust his wind and cloud palm forward. Rumai, when the four forces hit him, they exploded, and Yunxiao and the barrier disappeared in an instant. The 36 northern heaven-cold star swords were sent flying from the ground with a clang. "Ha! He's dead." Li Yi laughed out loud in ecstasy and rushed forward. He flew into the teleportation circle and quickly cast a seal. Wan Xianong followed closely behind and flew down. Wan Yiqian was stunned for a long time and found it hard to believe. He blinked his eyes and said in a daze, "Yingluo is really dead? How could it be?" Wan Xianong furrowed his brows. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Do you want to die?" When Wan Yiqian saw the light of teleportation rising up, she suddenly had an idea. Afraid that she would be left behind, she hurriedly flew over. Only Ding Shan was left standing outside the teleportation array, his face full of solemnness and suspicion. Li looked at him coldly and sneered. "Lord Ding Shan has such a heavy heart. Could it be that you're afraid of a trap? Even if there's a trap, we just need to leave this place and ignore the rest." Ding Shan didn't say a word. He stared at the transfer array until the light of the array bloomed to its brightest. Then he instantly rushed into it, following which the light of teleportation flashed, and the four people inside disappeared. Emolan looked down coldly. Even the 10-odd clones did not move. In the next moment, there was a flash of light in the sky, and the four of them suddenly appeared in front of Emolan. They were only over 30 meters away. The four of them cried out in alarm, their faces ashen. Li Yi suddenly turned his head and looked down, only to see that Yunxiao was still standing there, and the teleportation array was firmly guarded by 36 northern heavens cold star swords, not moving at all. "Yingluo is so ruthless," Li Yi cried out in bitter despair. "What's so cruel?" Yunxiao played dumb. "Aren't you guys leaving? I'm just giving you a lift." Wan Yiqian cried. "Brother Feiyang, we are friends. How can you treat me like this?" "I don't think so," Yunxiao said faintly. "The moment Brother Yiqian made his move, we no longer had any friendship. Besides, it's our duty to exterminate evil and protect the Tao. You'd better contribute some strength to the realm of heavenly martial arts." Emolan looked at Yunxiao and suddenly said, "It seems that the realm of heavenly martial arts is quite interesting. No wonder Barbarian was defeated last time. I'll take care of these minions first, then I'll play with you. I just don't know how many rats are hiding inside this barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, another dozen or so clones flashed and surrounded Li Yi's group of four. The four people's faces all had no color, knowing that this time it was impossible to escape. Boom! Boom! More than 10 clones attacked at the same time. The four people's resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a car, and their defenses were broken in an instant. However, the clones did not kill them. Instead, 4 of them flew into their bodies and occupied them. This body is so strong." Li Yi's face suddenly changed. He looked at his body and seemed to be in deep graduelve. His expression turned solemn. "Who is the master of my body?" He turned to Yunxiao and asked. Looking at his solemn look, Yunxiao also seemed to find it a little strange. "You've already occupied his body. Can't you just search his memories directly?" Li Yi grunted and looked at Ding Shan. Ding Shan nodded slightly and raised his hand. He formed a hand seal and pointed at his head. Immediately, a devil seal was sent into his head. Soon after, the devil blue clone that had been possessed separated and also slapped a seal on Ding Shan's head. Ding Shan's body trembled violently, as if he was screening rice chaff. Yunxiao watched quietly. He knew that Emolan was afraid of hurting Li Yi's body and wanted Li Yi's information, so she had directly searched Ding Shan's soul. The doppelganger suddenly cried out in surprise, and a strange look flashed in its eyes. Immediately after, he smacked Ding Shan's body with his left hand, instantly blasting a hole with a bang, and then his 5 fingers clawed. Bang! Ding Shan's entire body directly exploded into minced meat, dissipating in the sky. The clone had a shining sword in its hand. The clone passed the sword to Emolan. Emolan carefully observed it for a while before she suddenly laughed and said, "Haha! It is indeed a fragment of the battlefield of the ancient gods. TSK. This piece of trash actually refined a fragment of the ancient gods' battlefield into a sword. How creative. I didn't expect that I would get such a lucky chance after entering the realm of heavenly martial arts. This is a good sign." Yunxiao stared at the sword and thought of the broken battlefield of the ancient gods in the outer realm. He did not expect that Ding Shan would also obtain a part of it. He was quite lucky. However, many unjust acts led to self-destruction. If it weren't for the fact that they had sneakily set up the Hegemony Alliance in the Red Moon City and wanted to take advantage of the demon's invasion, they wouldn't have gotten into today's situation. It could be considered a kind of divine retribution. After Emolan obtained the ancient god's battlefield fragment, she was in a good mood. She laughed and said, "LT's a great start. Not only did we get a saint artifact fragment, but we also got a body like this. The heavens are really helping our race. It seems that this holy war will definitely succeed." Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said with a sneer, "You're so happy just because you got a sword. Are the demons so pitiful? If you want a sword, I can give you 1,000 of them, and you can immediately get the hell back to the demon realm after you take them." "Okay. Brat, you're quite arrogant," Emolan said while looking at him. "If I wasn't arrogant," Yunxiao said, "and if I was honest and respectful, would you have returned to the devil realm and never come back?" "Of course not," Emolan said. "That's it," Yunxiao said. "That's it." Emolan said dejectedly, "You're quite talkative, but I wonder if you have the strength to do so. You're protecting the teleportation formation, but you're not leaving. I'm sure reinforcements are coming, right?" "Mind your own business," Yunxiao said. "Why do you have to care about my business?" "Haha, interesting. But I don't like interesting things, so you should just die," Emolan said with a sneer. More than 10 clones immediately surrounded her. Yunxiao raised his hand, and a beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through one of the clones and exploding in an instant, splitting into countless fiends that cried out, "What?" Emolan's true body and the dozen or so clones were all shocked. While he was still in shock, Yunxiao made another move and killed 2 of his clones in an instant. Emolan was greatly alarmed and immediately sent over 30 more avatars while her true body also flew over. However, it suddenly twisted in the air, and a streak of silver light flickered from within, striking directly at Emolan's main body. Bang! Emolan grabbed the silver light with both her hands. However, with a shake of her sword, it turned into a soft whip that was like a snake. It wrapped around his hands and then wrapped around his entire body. As expected, there's still someone else. Emolan looked at Lingmu Di coldly. She did not panic, but her eyes were filled with coldness. "Are there any more?" They came out together. "Li Yunxiao was right," Lingmu Di said. "It's none of your business. Mind your own business." "You're courting death," Emolan said angrily. If he were in the devil realm, Yunxiao and Lingmu Di would never have been able to hide under his nose. Unfortunately, he was in the heavenly martial arts realm, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were suppressed along with his strength, which made him very depressed. The clones in the surroundings all attacked furiously, bombarding the Lingmu Di. "Humph!" Lingmu Di snorted coldly. With a roll of his reverse soul whip, layers of sword light cut into Emolan's body, and a large number of demonic fiends were sent flying. Boom! Boom! After Lingmu Di injured Emolan with 1 strike, the attacks from the numerous clones arrived in an instant. The sky trembled and they were endless. The Lingmu flute turned slightly and twisted the space directly, escaping from the crack of the sky-covering attacks. Although Emolan's 100 clones looked terrifying, they were much easier to deal with than a creation realm demon supremacy. At least, if you want to leave, these true God realm clones can't stop you. Even Emolan's original body was only at the void realm. Moreover, she was suppressed by the realm power, and her strength was greatly reduced. Xiao also exercised his movement technique in Red Moon City to avoid the main attacks of the crowd, and he would attack when he had a chance to, killing many of his clones. It seems that this demon lord is nothing special, Xiao said with a hideous smile. Let's work a little harder and kill them all. Lingmu Di was in a slightly better state, but Xiao moved as fast as lightning, and his clones could not keep up with him at all, so they could only wait to be slaughtered anxiously. After some of the clones were killed, the remaining ones were covered in cold sweat. They shot up into the sky and flew up, as if they had given up. Mo Lan's expression turned unsightly. Even if they were only clones, losing too many of them would also hurt her body. If all 100 of these clones were to die, she would most likely fall from the Devil's Supreme Realm. At this moment, a large number of people began to run out of the teleportation array. There were martial artists and ordinary mortals. Some were infected by the demonic chi and were in great pain. However, they were all blocked by the sword world. Let us in, please. I beg you. Those people struggled in front of the sword world, shouting desperately and looking at Xiao with all kinds of pleading eyes. Xiao frowned. Almost all the people in the city had begun to rush in this direction, and more people were demonized. At this moment, the teleportation formation was the only way to the outside world. More importantly, the Heavenly Martial Union could only enter from here, so they could not afford to lose it. But their pleading faces made Xiao's heart tremble, and his face was filled with struggle. Suddenly, Qingzhu's voice rang out. Since you don't want to open it, then don't. Even if the passage was opened, not many of them could walk, and the goal of those demonized martial artists was bound to destroy this place. Once the Red Moon City is completely demonized and becomes the stronghold of the demonic invasion, it will be troublesome. No, we just want to leave. We won't destroy the teleportation formation. Those people begged with all their might. A large group of people directly knelt down and kowtowed. Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "How much you can leave with depends on your own fate. If anyone destroys the teleportation formation, I'll kill them immediately if I discover any of their intentions." With a wave of his hand, he instantly recalled the 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords into his body. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with one hand and struck out a thunder seal. With a rumble, they turned into countless electric awns and shot into the crowd. The lightning was as fine as silk, and each one of them shot into the bodies of the demonized people, killing them on the spot. It immediately caused a huge panic, and all kinds of wails and screams rang out, turning the place into a mess. "Whoever shouts again will die," Xiao said coldly. Although his cold voice wasn't loud, it carried a sharp killing intent. Everyone shivered and immediately quieted down. Qingzhu looked at him with admiration and said, "I can't believe you've also cultivated the innate lightning body. Your control of lightning is even better than mine." Although little Qing was an innate second-wood spirit, and her talent in wood element was 100 times better than Xiao's, her wood element origin was extremely vast, and she could not only produce lightning. In addition, Xiao's thunder art had been tempered through hundreds of battles, so it was only natural that he could defeat little Qing. Xiao was not in the mood to be praised. With a very serious face, he said, "Help me guard this teleportation formation. Anyone who demonized and wants to destroy it will be killed without mercy. I'll go break the enchantment that the demon has set up so that everyone can escape from here." He raised his head and looked at the sky. The Lingmu flute had stopped fighting with the clones and was flying down. The clones could do nothing to him. "Lord Mu Di, look at this barrier," Xiao said. "This enchantment is also an item of the devil world," Lingmu Di said. "If you concentrate your purple lightning on one point and bombard it, you'll probably be able to break it." "That's what I was thinking," Xiao said. "I have the same idea." In a flash, he teleported tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Lightning flowed around his body like water. Xiao raised his hand, and one of his arms turned purple with lightning flashing on it, gradually turning into a dragon. Mo Lan was standing not far away. She looked at him coldly and did not seem to want to do anything. The dozens of clones surrounded him and made the same hand seal with one hand. They began to merge slowly. Lingmu Di's expression changed drastically. If Emolan condensed her true body here, even if she was suppressed by the realm power, she would still be in the creation realm, and they would be in big trouble. Moreover, demonic chi was pouring down from the hole in the sky, and all kinds of demonic creatures were gathering in the sky. The purple dragon on Yunxiao's arm slowly opened its eyes and projected the power of laws. Even Emolan's expression changed drastically. She looked at the purple dragon in shock, as if she had sensed the danger that could endanger her life. She said in alarm, "Realm power transforming into a dragon." Yunxiao suddenly threw a punch, and the purple dragon instantly smashed into the barrier, creating a huge hole with a loud boom. The demonic light that filled the sky flashed and immediately dissipated into the void. The enchantment that covered the Red Moon City immediately shattered. "Run away," Lingmu Di shouted in joy. "Don't squeeze into the teleportation formation. The barrier is broken." His voice was like a wave, rolling in all directions. The Red Moon City was extremely large. This time, everyone in the city was ecstatic and fled in all directions. They're all ants. It's really uncomfortable to look at." Emolan raised her hand and pointed at a nearby 10-directional brutal soul fiend. The 10-directional evil spirit's body began to twist, and its face became extremely painful. A large number of cracks began to appear on its body, and they were actually the faces of demonic spirits. Then they rushed out of its body. Shwa shwa shwa. Waves of demonic fiends flew out from his body and bit at the ordinary mortals in Red Moon City. The 10-directional malevolent spirit had been completely disintegrated by Emolan's finger without any demonic chi wasted. There were tens of thousands of them. Emolan coldly laughed and stretched out her hands at the same time. The other 10 omnidirectional ferocious fiends were infected, and after struggling a few times they also began to degrade. "Damn it!" Taken aback, Yunxiao immediately shot out a bolt of lightning toward the fiends. "Hehe, you're just an ant. Do you need to be so nervous?" Emolan sneered. Then, several clones attacked the lightning and were instantly destroyed in the air. At the same time, a large number of strange-looking demonic beasts rushed at Yunxiao while shaking their heads. This included the crane and the Yuan Xiangjichin, as well as some strange magical beasts that were not weak. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of demonic specters descended from the sky and flew toward the pitch-black ground, disappearing into it. Soon, shrill screams could be heard from all directions. The entire Red Moon City had turned pitch black. The screams were shocking. Only a few martial artists of the Red Moon City were left to resist and kill Emo Sha wantonly. Yunxiao was shocked and furious. With his keen divine sense, he immediately noticed that after the fiends rushed into the ground, the lives in the city disappeared in droves, and the feeling made his blood run cold. Under the siege of so many magical beasts, he had no heart to continue fighting. He immediately flew back to the teleportation array and was secretly anxious. Without a powerful force to sweep through the Red Moon City, it was impossible to drive out these demonic fiends and demons. Suddenly, a dazzling demonic light condensed in the sky and slowly turned into a ball. A figure emerged from it. "Lan, it seems that you've encountered some big trouble." The person inside the figure looked at Blue and smiled with a leisurely look. Mo Lan's expression turned cold. "I was killing the enemies at the front. You pieces of trash can't even come out of the crack. You still have the face to make sarcastic remarks?" Inside the ball of demonic light was the other Demon Palace Master. He chuckled and said, "Calm down. I'm not being sarcastic. I just hope that you can speed up the clearing of obstacles. There's trouble at the crack again." Mo Lan's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes shot out waves of coldness as she said, "Those realm-devouring beasts still haven't given up?" The Devil Palace nodded and said seriously, "And this time, there are more than 10 of them. You know that we are guarding the crack now. We can't escape. We can only fight. I was entrusted by someone else to use a large amount of my power to project myself here." Mo Lan snorted. "What a bunch of troublesome things. I understand. You can go back now." Mo Gong said, "We'll send another group of people to help you. However, they've just passed through the crack. If these people come over, I'm afraid that the independent space won't be able to withstand it. It'll definitely be destroyed. Without the buffer of that independent space, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the power of the realm if they come so abruptly. Emolan frowned. We can't care about that anymore, Emogong said. Emolan said, All right, I didn't expect it to be this serious. I'll take care of these pieces of trash as soon as possible and destroy the teleportation formation first. I was thinking of waiting for their reinforcements to arrive and annihilate them together to save myself some trouble in the future. The Fiend Palace looked down and saw Xianxia and the others. Lan, you're so willful. If we can't take down a city in the realm of heaven martial arts with our 5 tribes joining hands, we will be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. I know, Emolan said impatiently. These 2 people are a little troublesome, and my clone can't beat them. We'll talk about it when the people you've sent come. I'll destroy the teleportation formation first. He raised his hand and directed the demonic beast to rush towards the teleportation formation. The demonic palace took a look and felt that there shouldn't be a problem. Then, it made a hand seal with one hand, and its figure disappeared into the sky with the demonic light. They're going to destroy the teleportation array. Yunxiao's face flickered. We're in trouble. Lingmu Di held the reverse soul whip in his hand and said in a deep voice, We must defend it. If the teleportation array was destroyed, it would take at least half a month for the reinforcements to arrive, and then the fall of Red Moon City would be a matter of certainty. Yes. Yunxiao responded and shouted, Everyone, back off. He immediately threw out 36 Northern Heaven Frigid Star Swords to protect the formation. At the same time, 12 rays of golden light flew out from his body and stood in the distance. The 12 puppets performed hand seals at the same time, forming a grand formation. As for the people in the array, he used his spiritual power to distort space and teleport them far away. Yunxiao, Lingmu Di, and Little Qing appeared above the array, waiting for him. I saw you use the purple lightning to break the realm just now. It was very effective. It should be because it contains the power of the realm, right? Little Qing said. Yes. Yunxiao nodded. The purple thunder is condensed by the realm power, and it is very effective against these devils. It's a pity that it consumes too much energy. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes and mouth opened wide. Qing Zhu's hands formed a seal in front of its body, and suddenly, for purple lightning bolts as thick as an arm bloomed from its body. They revolved around its body, illuminating its entire body with purple light. This buy-in, Yunxiao was dumbfounded. He could not help sighing in his heart when he thought of how hard he had cultivated. But in terms of the technique of refining and compressing thunderbolts, he was still far inferior to the second with spirit transformation. The thunder element is just a derivative of the wood element. I cultivate the origin power of the wood element, so I can change it into many wonderful techniques. However, Yingluo, his face revealed a strained expression, and he said, However, it's still extremely difficult to form purple lightning. Yunxiao's face darkened. LF, you call this difficult? Isn't what I'm doing like a bull squeezing milk out of a cow? He thought. Greeny's body bent down slightly, and it suddenly charged into the sky. He held his hands by his sides and controlled the 4 purple lightning bolts that were as thick as his arms. A purple thunderstorm suddenly surged in the air, turning into a vortex and rushing toward the demons. Boom! The first few magical beasts were struck by the purple lightning, and they died on the spot. Immediately after, the purple lightning began to spin under Little Qing's control, covering a radius of 3,000 meters in an instant and enveloping all of the devilish beasts. In the sea of lightning, under the illumination of the purple light, those demonic beasts all let out painful cries. Many of them couldn't hold on any longer and exploded in an instant. Even the demonic chi was swept away by the purple light. Mo Lan's eyes widened in horror. Who is this man? Yunxiao and Lingmu Di were also stunned by Little Qing's gorgeous moves. The purple thunderbolts spread out for thousands of feet, looking unprecedentedly beautiful. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment before Little Green ran out of strength. The lightning scattered in the air and disappeared into the void with a swoosh. Even so, more than half of the demons had been eliminated, leaving only a dozen or so powerful existences, but they were also seriously injured. Moreover, the devilish qi within a radius of 10,000 feet had been swept away, and everything became clear. Qingzhu turned around in the air and landed beside the two of them. There was still a slight electric current flashing on its body. I can't hold on any longer. Ha! You're really something. That's enough, Yunxiao praised, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky while shouting, Lord Mudi, you guard below. Ling Mudi had wanted to join the battle, but when he saw Yunxiao's confidence, he stopped. After the attack, little Qing sat cross-legged in the air and recuperated. It was a pity that this place was filled with demonic qi, and there was almost no Iwud qi. If he were in a spiritual mountain or river, his recovery speed would be extremely fast. Yunxiao rushed into the sky and unleashed a world of swords, which transformed into tens of millions of sword shadows and slashed at the demonic beasts. Roar! Several magical beasts that looked like giant rhinoceros suddenly charged over and directly used their heads to push into the sword light. Their rough skin was instantly cut with tens of thousands of bloody marks. They took a few more steps into the sword world, and their skin and flesh were torn apart. Soon, white bones could be seen, and then they were completely turned into meat paste. At the same time, 3 injured cranes cried out and swooped down from the sky, trying to grab Yunxiao. The strength of this demonic bird was no less than that of an ordinary demonic lord, but it had just been injured by little Qing's purple thunder, and they were now in the heavenly martial realm. How could it be Yunxiao's opponent? Bang! The 3 cranes joined hands and grabbed at Yunxiao's body of thunder, which exploded at once, but it instantly condensed behind one of them. With a slash of the sword, the crane's head was cut off on the spot. After the crane's death, its body began to degrade, turning into several 10-directional evil spirits that pounced at Yunxiao. When the other 2 saw that the situation was not right, they let out a long cry and wanted to escape. With a cold look on his face, Yunxiao shot out a sword beam and shattered the dozens of 10-directional brutal souls. As for the 2 cranes, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them and pierced through one of them. The crane cried out in pain and exploded with a bang. The demonic qi was everywhere. However, as the golden light waved, it immediately transformed into stellar energy that shot in all directions, cutting down all of the fiendish demons. A blurry figure gradually became clear from the void. It held a heavenly halberd and stood with a smile. Zhuoqing fan. Reinforcements are here? Yunxiao was overjoyed. Are the reinforcements here? Soon, Zhuoqing fan said. I'll come over to scout first. He looked around and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This buy-in of the Red Moon City, Yunxiao nodded and said, it's completely over. Even if we can repel these demons, we won't be able to restore our former glory. With Zhuoqing fan's sharp eyes, he could tell that the Red Moon City was not only being massacred and destroyed. More importantly, the demonic qi had eroded the spirit qi and even penetrated the earth veins, destroying them. Without the resources of spiritual energy, there would not be any large sections. It seems like the Red Moon City is going to become history, Zhuoqing fan sighed. You don't have to be sad. Since ancient times, such incidents have occurred as many times as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. This is the law of history. I understand, Yunxiao nodded and said. Although his expression was calm, his heart was still filled with melancholy and loneliness. At this moment, Mo Lan's face had already turned pale from anger. She immediately sent a palm strike toward the flying crane. The head crane let out a blood-curdling screech before exploding into pieces. These Swan and I are all clones? Zhuoqing fan asked in shock as he looked up. That's right, Yunxiao said. This man is very likely to be a demon supreme. Because the world energy was too strong, it split itself and went through the crack. Demon Commander, then what are we waiting for? Zhuoqing fan asked in shock. Since he's isolated and helpless now, we can eliminate him, and the pressure in the future will be much less. Yunxiao smiled wryly. It's not that easy to kill a demon venerable. There's no hurry at the moment. Our biggest task is to guard the teleportation array and wait for everyone to come together. Moreover, I just heard them say that there are still many more powerful things to come. I see. Xianxia nodded. It seems like he came from the depths of the world. I'll go and take a look. Be careful. Xianxia cried out in surprise. Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia had already disappeared from his sight. In the next moment, Xianxia's true body appeared in the depths of the world. At a glance, the entire place was in a state of ruin, severely corroded by the demonic qi. This space is so dense. Xianxia frowned. He could clearly sense that the spatial structure of the world was loosening up, and it could collapse at any moment. If the battle had taken place here, it would have already collapsed. He looked around and then followed the direction of the demonic qi. After a while, he finally saw the source. A huge pit appeared on the ground, like a ravine. Demonic qi gushed out like a fountain, making him extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, many low-level demons came out with the demonic qi. Some went in the direction of the realm of heaven martial arts, while others found him and rushed over ferociously. Xianxia was depressed. His 5 senses and 6 senses were greatly restricted by the demonic qi that filled the sky, and he was unable to see what was going on inside the rift. His great void technique could only allow him to travel within one realm and not to another. I just came out and I already found prey. Suddenly, a gloomy voice was heard. A pair of cold eyes flashed in the boundless demonic qi. Xianxia was currently surrounded by a few low-level demons. He had just cleaned them up when he felt an abnormal sense of danger. Boom! The place where he stood exploded instantly. The space shook violently, collapsed, and condensed into a point, then disappeared. What? The voice in the demonic qi seemed to be in disbelief. In the darkness, a figure slowly condensed, and the strength of his aura was at least that of a second-grade demon lord. Suddenly, a ray of golden light cut through the demonic qi and fell from the sky. It was as if the heavens had descended a divine punishment to kill the demons and eliminate evil. Bang! The halberd's light struck the demonic monarch's body and exploded into countless demonic specters, which scattered in all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, those demonic fiends seemed to have intelligence. They condensed in the sky again and turned into the true body of the demonic monarch, who shouted, "Die!" The demonic qi that gushed out of the rift swept up like a massive wave, engulfing Xianxia. At the same time, the demon made a hand seal and shouted, "Seal!" In the space within a radius of 1,000 feet, countless demonic runes flashed out of the void and sealed the void. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He had indeed felt an unusually powerful force stabilizing the spatial structure. Although it was not to the extent of preventing him from walking, it was much more difficult than the usual carefreeness. Moreover, he had no intention of escaping. He held the halberd in front of him and immediately created a barrier to protect himself. Boom! The terrifying power slammed into the barrier, shaking his body, but it was still unbreakable. Oh? He had some skills, but that was all. It's just that I can't get used to the sky for the time being. The demonic monarch suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia and slammed his palm down with a sinister smile. It struck the vast ocean like dust and instantly shattered the enchantment. Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled, and the space they were standing in shattered instantly. Xianxia plummeted down, and the earth and the heavens collapsed at the same time. Yunxiao and Emolan were confronting each other in the sky above Red Moon City. The hole in the sky suddenly shrank and withered. Then, the entire sky darkened as if the sky had collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Emolan was shocked. She turned around and was immediately swept into the darkness. A desolate and stale aura filled the air, and large amounts of rocks and soil floated above. Yunxiao was taken aback. He could tell that these were the things that came from the world. Boom! A huge tremor came from inside, and monstrous demonic qi rushed out. The demonic monarch was currently suppressing Xianxia, and he transformed into a gust of wind as he shot down. Xiao's face turned cold as he immediately teleported to the back of the Demon King and thrust his sword down silently. Because the space of the secret realm was shattered and the shock was too great, and the demonic monarch had just rushed into the heavenly martial realm, and was extremely uncomfortable under the suppression of the realm power, Xiao was a little slow to appear behind him. By the time he realized what was happening, the sword had already pierced through his chest. The demon lord suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the sword that had pierced through his chest, he said in shock, "This is a Xianxia." In his eyes, boundless white flames surged from the sword and devoured the darkness in the sky. Even his body was swallowed up. The demon lord had been burned clean, not a single residue left. Xiao put away his sword and said with concern, "Are you all right?" Shuqing Fan had suffered significant injuries, and his expression was rather unsightly. He shook his head and pointed at the sky. Xiao looked up and saw a huge crack hundreds of miles long in the sky, almost penetrating the entire Red Moon City. The monstrous demonic chi in the crack kept rolling like lava. It gushed out in large areas like black meteors falling to the ground, creating deep pits in the city. At this moment, in Red Moon City, almost all of the ordinary mortals who had not escaped were dead. Only a few high-level martial artists were still fighting with all their might against Mo, and they were constantly moving towards the teleportation array. They knew that their only hope of survival was to get close to the teleportation formation. Lingmu Di and Xiao exchanged a look, both of them deeply worried. It would be extremely difficult to seal such a huge crack even if the devil race was driven away. Mo Lan's figure emerged from the crack. The closer he got to the crack, the stronger he became. His dozens of clones continued to merge, leaving only 8 of them, and they were still trying to merge. "Since you're out, don't act on your own. Listen to my orders," Mo Lan coldly said. A few scattered voices came from the crack. "Yes," Mo Lan said. "This is your first time entering the heavenly martial realm. The realm power suppression is difficult to ignore. There are still some decent bodies here. You can use them for the time being." He threw out Wan Yiqian and Wan Xianeng's bodies. Immediately, several demonic shadows rushed towards the figure, and the ones behind them roared, "You pieces of trash! Don't even think about snatching it from me! Humph, you can't even snatch a piece of trash. And you still have the nerve to open your mouth." The 2 figures in front rushed into Wan Yiqian and Wan Xiantang's bodies. Behind them, a few wisps of demonic chi materialized in the air and furiously attacked the 2. "Stop! Whoever dares to attack our own people will die," Mo Lan shouted angrily. His prestige was extremely high, and the few demonic shadows immediately stopped their attacks, not daring to make a sound. "Hee, this body is really trash. However, it's much better than being directly exposed to the realm power, ha ha ha." Wan Yiqian's body laughed wildly as he glanced at the demons who had failed to get a Dewey double in a Mach 1ing expression. "Don't be so smug. You have to do things after taking the body. However, with your strength, you're still not strong enough. Let's wait for more people." Mo Lan looked around and saw a large number of demonic beasts and birds coming out of the crack. They seemed to be very irritable in the air because they were not feeling well. Lord Lan is too cautious. Although the few people down there are difficult to deal with, they're just SOSO. "With the few of us and these devilish beasts, it's enough," Wan Xianong said slowly. "If the mission this time is too important, I'll send them to their deaths right now," Mo Lan sneered. "Since I'm the highest commander now, all of you should shut up." Wan Xianeng's eyes were gloomy, but he did not dare to say anything. Suddenly, Xiao's face changed slightly. Overjoyed, he threw a golden incantation seal into the sky. Suddenly, a strong light appeared on the teleportation array, and a loud roar came from the golden seal. Then, the space was shattered, and a huge golden light rushed in. A majestic 9th-grade battleship appeared in the sky, with the symbol of the Heavenly Martial Union on it. "Ha-ha! That's great!" Lingmu Di was also overjoyed and couldn't help but feel excited. Hundreds of figures flew out from the 9th-grade warship, all of them with powerful auras. The auras connected together and actually caused the space to tremble faintly. The demonic chi kept retreating in all directions. The faces of Emolan and the others immediately turned extremely unsightly. Almost all of them had turned green. "My lord, you've been waiting for a long time." Baiming Nan appeared in front of Lingmu Di and reported, "Other than those who are in closed-door cultivation, everyone is here." Chu Hongyan also appeared beside Yunxiao and said softly, "Fei Yang." Yunxiao glanced at her cultivation base and said in surprise, "Extreme Void." Chu Hongyan smiled happily and nodded. "I didn't expect Fei Yang to have also stepped into the Void tier. I still want to be ahead of you." Yunxiao gently tapped the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "I've only just entered, but you're already ahead of me." "A total of 370 people have come this time," Chu Hongyan said, "except for Gu Qingqing and Mo Xieshu, who have not fully recovered. All the experts above the immortal state have come." "They haven't recovered yet?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "They're still not done?" "With Mr. Al's help, the sorcery has been gradually removed, but it will take some time for him to fully recover," Chu Hongyan said. "It's a good chance to leave them in Yanwu in case of any other changes." "That's good?" Yunxiao nodded. "That's good." He looked around and saw all the familiar figures. Even Qian Shang had stepped into the true immortal realm and came along. The leader of the group from Mysterious Separation Island was one of the four kings, the Misty Rock Lord. Yunxiao was taken aback when he saw him. He did not expect him to come. However, he was even more delighted. With the Misty Rock Master present, this battle would be much easier. "The Misty Rock Lord has just arrived in Yanwu not long ago," Chu Hongyan said softly. "He was originally going to go into seclusion, but he just received Lord Mu Di's voice transmission, so he came along." Yunxiao did not dare to act arrogantly, so he hurried forward to pay his respects. The Misty Rock Master glanced at him indifferently. "You're indeed not bad. Even I might not be able to take you down so easily now. Your Excellency thinks too highly of me," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You think too highly of me," he said. The Misty Rock Master was expressionless. He no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the crack. "It's hard to tell you the details in a few words," Yunxiao said loudly. "But now we have to expel the fiends and return Red Moon City to its former glory." When he said this, he noticed that Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun were also in the crowd. Ning Kuei's expression was extremely dim as he stared at the ground. His entire face became extremely ugly. "Old City Lord, Master," Yunxiao called him. "Ruobing, Ruame, and Lord Hangfeng are already in my divine realm tablet. You don't have to worry about them, Old City Lord and Lord Qiyun." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. But the loneliness on Ning Kuei's face was still hard to sweep away, and he sighed from time to time. Everyone understood his feelings. No one would be happy when they encountered such a thing. "I've heard about my sister from Neptune and the others," Ning Qiyun said. "This is all thanks to you, Alliance Master. I wonder what happened after that?" Ning Kuei immediately rebuked, "You don't know your priorities. What time was it now? Why were they still talking about this? It won't be too late to talk about it after we've eliminated the evil." Yunxiao nodded. "It's indeed a long story. Let's talk about it later." In front of the crack, all the demons had extremely unsightly expressions. Even the magical beasts and birds felt the immense pressure and let out uneasy roars. Emolan gave a muffled groan. She turned around and walked toward the crack, saying, "Everyone, retreat." "What?" Wan Yiqian was shocked and said, "Do you retreat?" "No, sir. It wasn't easy for us to kill our way out. In order to suppress that world-devouring devil, how many people had to die in order to obtain this opportunity? Once we retreat, everyone's sacrifice would have been in vain." Emolan looked at him with a sneer and said, "You're very brave. Then go down. There are so many people from the realm of heavenly martial arts waiting for you. You can show them your skills." Wan Yiqian immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to speak. Wan Xianong said in a deep voice, "It's not a good idea to fight head-on now, but if we retreat now, it'll be even more difficult for us to come out again. Don't you think I know that? If we don't retreat, we'll all die. Do you have any good ideas?" Everyone was silent. Then what's there to say? Follow me back. Emolan grunted. The army was about to retreat when a demonic light suddenly flashed in front of the crack. The figure of the demonic palace appeared again and said, "You can't!" Emolan sneered. "If you can't do it, you can come here with your true body. Don't always send a projection here to command. We just need to hold on for a while," Emogong said. Emolan could not hold it in any longer. She roared, "Are you fucking blind? There are hundreds of Demon Lord level powerhouses below. You should come and hold on. If you can do it, then go. If you can't, then don't bark." Emogong stretched out his hand and opened his palm. He smiled and said, "That's why I've specially brought this to you." A small and exquisite palace model appeared on his palm. Saint Devil Hall? Emolan's pupils contracted. She was shocked. Saint Devil Hall? The demonic palace nodded. That's right. Only the Holy Demon Lord can create such a palace. There are countless mysteries within. There are less than 5 of them in the entire demonic realm, and some of them are even incomplete. No more than 5? Why are you so generous? Emolan was shocked. Ha ha ha. This is what Ho took out for you. I don't have such good stuff. Emogong smiled. And this one is just a high-quality imitation, but don't underestimate it. It can at least unleash half of the true Saint Devil Hall's power. Alright, with this item we might be able to hold on for a while, but it won't last long. I've already said that I won't let myself die in this battle. If the situation doesn't go well, I'll immediately return to the Devil Realm. Emolan took the replica of the Saint Devil Hall and started studying it. That's only natural, don't worry. Emogong laughed. This time, if we can't take down a city with our 5 tribes joining hands, then we should just stop playing and wait for death in the demon realm. As for the Saint Devil Hall, it doesn't require any techniques. He casually imparted a chant and disappeared into the sky. It seems like there's still some time to play, Emolan said. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and chanted an incantation. At the same time, he threw the Saint Devil Hall down. The Saint Devil Hall expanded with the wind and instantly became several mu in size. Just the force of its fall caused a large number of buildings in Red Moon City to collapse and be crushed into powder. This is the Xuanji Saint Devil Hall? Yunxiao was shocked and bewildered. The palace's exterior was magnificent and strange. At first glance, it was very similar to the Saint Devil Hall of the Demon Lord, but when he looked carefully, he found that there were still many differences in details. It's not that Saint Devil Hall, Lingmu Di said. I guess it's a similar construction type, profound level weapon. Just as everyone was on their guard, preparing to destroy the Saint Devil Hall, the Saint Devil Hall suddenly stopped falling and floated in the sky. Emolan's hands were constantly performing incantation gestures as she sent them into the Saint Devil Hall. Instantly, beams of bright light shot out, forming a barrier in the air. It was like a castle in the sky protecting the crack. Are they trying to use this castle as a natural moat? Chu Hongyan asked. If that's the case, then it's really childish, Duanmu Yoyu said. No matter how strong the castle is, it can't possibly stop so many of us working together. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, let's attack together and break it. The Misty Rock Master said indifferently, if they all attack at the same time, I'm afraid this space won't be able to withstand the pressure. Many people will be swept away by the spatial storm. That's true, Yunxiao said. Then, everyone from Mysterious Separation Island, please hold the line. Everyone from Heavenly Martial League, come with me. He raised his hand, and the Tusada Heavenly Peak flew out slowly, emitting 6 colored lights. Everyone gathered their chi and took out their profound level weapons. A powerful chi field spread out and connected together. Most of the buildings in Red Moon City instantly crumbled into dust under this aura field, and deep pits appeared on the ground in the city. Attack! Yunxiao gave a loud cry and threw the Tusada Peak into the sky. Over 100 beams of light shot up into the sky, each one extremely powerful. The sky trembled violently the moment these forces appeared, as if it could not bear the weight. Wan Xianong looked down in shock and said, My lord, can you block it? Mo Lan's expression was also grave. Let's just watch quietly. If what Gong said is true, we should be able to withstand it. The other demon lords' expressions all changed slightly. They truly could not imagine how such a powerful force could be resisted. Boom! Finally, the 100 beams of light slammed into the protective barrier of the Saint Devil Hall, causing the winds and clouds to change as energy vortexes appeared all around the hall. What? Xianxia and the others were taken aback. The defense around the Saint Devil Hall had not been broken, but was like a swamp that had trapped all the attacks. Even the Tusada Heavenly Peak was half sunken, surrounded by vortexes that seemed to be actively absorbing energy. What a strange defense. Even a absorption-type formation can't contain so much energy. Lingmu Di was shocked. Could it be a Pishio? Xianxia nodded. They must have teleported all the attacks away. I'm afraid the defense system around the hall is formed by a large amount of space, and there are large teleportation arrays arranged around it. In other words, this hall itself is a spatial tunnel, so our attack just now was actually a miss. This Swan and I has such a strange defensive Swan and I. What should we do now? Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. If we can shackle the space it is in and shatter it, we should be able to break this hall. However, it's just a waste, Lord Bomu. Xianxia turned around and said, That day in Red Moon City, I heard that it was the misty light of the law. Boemu's eyes brightened, but then dimmed again. You're really smart. You immediately thought of using the chains of law to bind it. Unfortunately, Amitabha gave it to the water deity and I can't use my power. The power of this Saint Devil Hall can't just rely on the power of the illusionary light, unless it's the true chain of laws. Then, how can I use the true chain of laws? Xianxia asked. If you're a regional king and have the divine realm tablet, you'll probably be able to do it, Bomu said with a smile. Xianxia was extremely depressed. What he said was equivalent to not saying anything. There's actually another way to bind it, Bomu continued, and that's the iron chain of the 6 Paths demonic weapon. My lord, are you talking about Ahi Fansha? Xianxia asked in surprise. Bomu had been Mopu's servant all those years ago, so he had a deep understanding of the 6 Paths demonic weapon. He nodded. The 6 Paths demonic weapon is also formed from laws, and it is an existence that surpasses even the true chains of laws. It should have no problem just to bind this Saint Devil Hall. All right, Xianxia said. I'll try. It's just that showing off the 6 Paths demonic weapon in front of these demons will probably cause quite a stir, Bomu said with a smile. I don't care about that, Xianxia snorted. I don't have the time to care about that. He immediately formed a hand seal, and a demonic shadow began to form behind him. The giant true devil spirit continued to grow in size until it was almost indomitable. It stared coldly at Emolan and the others on the other side of the Saint Devil Hall. The demons, who were still reveling in their earlier joy, were all dumbfounded when they saw the true devil giant spirit. True fiend Dharma body. Emolan was shocked. The giant true devil's expression was cold as it formed hand seals with one hand. A pitch-black vortex appeared on its palm, and it was so deep that no one could see the bottom. Emolan's expression turned solemn. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she could not think of any way that the other party could break through the Saint Devil Hall's defense. The lonely and desolate sound of iron chains came from the vortex, as if a walker was dragging the iron chains and strolling in the eternal void. In Emolan's shock, she saw the vortex opening up in the true devil giant spirit's palm, turning into a boundless black iron chain that coiled around the Saint Devil Hall. In an instant, the metal chains formed a huge spider web, as though it was connecting the entire world together. The Saint Devil Hall was like a tiny mosquito on the spider web. What? In her shock, Emolan discovered that her connection with the Saint Devil Hall had been severed. Moreover, he felt a terrifying aura from the chain. Under his gaze, his heart suddenly twitched, and he cried out, Ahe Fansha! The other demon lords also trembled in understanding and fear. Just as Xianxia tied the Saint Devil Hall up with the iron chain, the people of the Heavenly Martial Alliance below attacked again, sending hundreds of powerful beams of light at him. Boom! Boom! The beams of light blasted into the Saint Devil Hall, and the tunnel-like defense was instantly sealed off by Xianxia. When the attacks landed on the Saint Devil Hall, massive waves of light exploded within, shaking the heavens and earth. The fiends watched in horror as the Saint Devil Hall was destroyed, while Emolan trembled as she stared at Xianxia, her heart filled with regret. If he had known that Xianxia could summon the Six Paths demonic weapon, he would have taken him down even if he would have been seriously injured. However, it was impossible now. A large number of powerful warriors of the Heaven Martial Realm ignored the shock waves from the Saint Devil Hall and surrounded them from all directions. Humph! Let's go! Emolan's face was gloomy. She snorted in anger and flung her long robe. Then, she turned around and walked toward the crack. His clones had all merged back into his body, but under the suppression of the realm power and the siege of so many experts of the Heavenly Martial Realm, he had no chance of winning. You really think that the realm of heavenly martial arts can come and go as you please? A faint voice was heard. Emolan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. This was because an extremely powerful aura had already locked onto him. If he took another step forward, an earth-shattering attack would certainly be launched at him. The creation realm. Emolan's heart trembled violently as she looked over with bewilderment in her eyes. On his left stood a man, like a towering mountain, motionless. However, he knew that once the man moved, the sky would fall and the earth would shatter. Although you're suppressed by the realm's power and won an unfair battle, at this moment, there's no need to talk about morality. That man was the Misty Rock Master. With a single step, he shattered the void and appeared beside Emolan, sending a punch over. A faint light appeared on his arm, almost becoming solid. Emolan's expression changed drastically. With a wave of her long sleeve, a monstrous demonic chi several hundred feet tall was immediately swept up and turned into a wall. Bang! However, the demonic wall was punched through as soon as it was built. The light from his body was like an invisible blade that split the sky in half. The huge force was compressed and condensed into a second attack that was launched. Bang! Emolan continued to retreat toward the crack. In her hurry, she was caught off guard and was hit by the force, which shattered her left shoulder. At this moment, the rest of the demons were also surrounded by the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts, and they were killing fiercely. Although they were suppressed by the realm power, they were strong enough. In addition, there were many of them. For a time, the battle was extremely fierce. Lord Devil Emperor, since you like the realm of heavenly martial arts so much, why don't you just bury it in the sky? Then, you can look at the land that you've been yearning for all this time. The Misty Rock Master's eyes revealed a look of ridicule as he took a step to the side and gave chase. Emolan's expression changed. She turned around and thrust her sword forward. The sword glowed brightly, and one could tell that it was an extraordinary object. It was the fragment of the ancient gods, battlefield the scattered world. Bang! However, the Misty Rock Master was able to knock it away with a single punch. Then, he closed in and slapped Emolan's body. Bang! The palm struck Emolan's chest and directly penetrated through it. However, a black shadow shot out from behind him and turned into a devilish blue figure hundreds of feet away. It held the scattered world and headed toward the crack. A clone! The Misty Rock Master's expression changed. The blue devil clone in front of him grabbed his hands tightly, buying him some time to escape. I'll remember what you look like. The next time you come to the realm of heavenly martial arts, it will be the day of your death. Emolan's face was filled with anger as she spoke ruthlessly. The Misty Rock Master snorted. The illusory light on his body exploded like countless blades slashing out, shattering the Emolan clone in front of him. In the distance, his original body had already arrived in front of the crack. He turned around and looked back, his face full of killing intent. The scattered world buzzed and trembled in his hands, venting the anger in his heart. Just now, an extremely powerful avatar was destroyed. He would probably have to immediately go into seclusion after returning to the devil world. Otherwise, it was very likely to affect his current cultivation, or even directly drop his realm. Yun Xiao and the others had also discovered Mo Lan's situation, and they could not help but feel regretful. They had trusted the Misty Rock Lord too much, and they did not expect that a demon commander would escape. He was unwilling and immediately teleported away. Mo Lan's expression turned cold as she leaped into the crack. However, just as her body was about to rise, she suddenly stopped. A strong wind swirled in the scattered world and spread out in front of Mo Lan. It shackled his hands and feet like a torture device. What? Mo Lan was shocked. She realized that she was losing control of the sword in her hand. A large amount of wind was blowing out from the sword, and it gradually turned into a human figure. Not far away, Yun Xiao cried out in shock, "Ding Shan!" The person transformed by the astral winds was Ding Shan. He actually didn't die from Mo Lan's explosion earlier. At this moment, Ding Shan's figure was also in a semi-transparent state, condensed from the astral winds. It was only then that Yun Xiao realized that he had refined himself into a wind body. "You wanted to kill me, but you didn't expect to die by my hands, did you?" Ding Shan's eyes were wide with anger. Yun Xiao's guess was right. After he obtained half of the crocodile, he began to cultivate a secret technique, fusing the crocodile with himself and cultivating the body of the astral wind. He did not expect that he would still be alive at the critical moment. On the other hand, the scattered world had always been under his control. Mo Lan could not erase the imprint on it in a short period of time. At this moment, she did not expect that she would be countered. Ding Shan had originally planned to hide inside the sword and come out after the battle. However, Mo Lan was about to return to the Devil Realm. Once he returned to the Devil Realm, he would definitely refine the scattered world, and then he would be completely finished. Not only that, his own son, Qin Chuan, was also caught in the sword. He would not be able to escape his fate. In just a moment, Yun Xiao seized the opportunity and condensed a purple thunderbolt on his arm. "Bastard! You should die!" Mo Lan was extremely anxious. Her head was covered in cold sweat. This time she really felt the danger of death. However, his 4 limbs were shackled by the astral winds, and his movements were extremely slow. Moreover, under Ding Shan's control, the scattered world desperately swept toward his neck. This was fine. After all, Ding Shan's strength was there for all to see, and there was nothing to fear. But when Yun Xiao's purple thunder suddenly appeared and struck him from behind, he shuddered, and the shadow of death that he had not felt for many years shrouded his heart again. "Damned bastard! You're nothing but a worm in my eyes, yet you dare to touch me." Mo Lan let out a wild roar and unleashed all of her potential as she slammed forward. Bang! The scattered world received a strong impact and actually exploded. Countless world fragments scattered, and a large number of mountains, stones, trees, and figures of people and beasts were blasted out. Ding Shan also suffered a heavy blow from the demonic technique. Violent demonic qi instantly filled every part of his body. Even his body of wind was constantly dissipating, and his vitality was gone. "Father!" The scattered world exploded, and Qin Chuan was also jolted out. When he saw that Ding Shan was about to dissipate in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but roar madly, his eyes red. Ding Shan turned around and glanced at him, revealing a smile. He squeezed out a run. From his throat, his consciousness dissipated completely, leaving nothing behind. "Father!" Qin Chuan let out a heart-wrenching scream and was about to rush forward. But at that moment, Yun Xiao's purple thunderbolt struck Mo Lan's back and exploded. A powerful blast rushed out in all directions, sending Qin Chuan flying. There were also many cultivators who had been taken into the scattered worlds. At this time, they were all at a loss, but it was quickly replaced by a deep fear. The violent thunderbolts and demonic qi spread out. Many people were sent flying, but there were still a large number of warriors, most of whom were the elite killers of Tianyuan Trading Company. They were all caught up in the blast and were completely wiped out. Not far from the crack, there was another person with a blank expression. It was Li Yi, who had been taken into the scattered world by Devil Blue. He seemed to have been affected by demonic arts and was still unconscious. Under the violent purple lightning's fluctuations, a tiny ray of demonic light shot out and directly entered Li Yi's body. Li Yi could not help but take a few steps back before he fell into the sky crack and disappeared. Is the demon dead? Many people were staring in this direction with shock and joy on their faces. Xiao was also a little suspicious as he looked at the crack. He seemed to have seen a magic light flash out and enter Li Yi's body just now, but he did not see it clearly. However, Demon Lord Blue was indeed dead. Even if one or two of his clones escaped, it was impossible for him to be the Demon Lord again. Previously, the Misty Rock Lord had killed off more than half of Blue's power, and his own purple lightning had also shattered the remaining demonic power. Just now, too much demonic chi had scattered, so even if there were clones that had escaped, they were only ordinary demons. Xiao turned to look at Qin Chuan with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He could never have imagined that Qin Chuan was the son of Ding Shan. The whole story was no longer important. After all, Ding Shan had already been annihilated, and he had made a great contribution to the heavenly martial arts realm before his death. His previous past had also disappeared with his death. Qin Chuan knelt in the sky, facing the crack as he sobbed silently. Mo Lan's death was a fatal blow to the devils who were still bitterly resisting. Very quickly, the remaining demons were all exterminated. Only a large amount of demonic chi was still gathering in the sky. A small amount of demonic chi and 10 directional brutal soul fiends were already spurting out from the cracks from time to time, but they were also easily killed. Lingmu Di stepped forward and stared at the crack, saying, "There's still a large number of demons who want to come out, and they don't seem willing to give up this position. With these things destroying it, it will be extremely difficult to seal this crack." "What do you think we should do, my lord?" Xiao asked. "We can't just let the demonic energy keen spewing oilt. If that happens, not only Red Moon City, but the entire eastern region, and even the heavenly martial realm, will be doomed." Lingmu Di didn't have any good ideas either, so he turned to ask the others for their opinions. The Misty Rock Master suddenly said, "In my opinion, why don't we help make this crack bigger, so that these devils can come over and die? If a few more demon venerables die, they'll probably be honest." "You can't. This involves a very serious problem," Lingmu Di quickly said, "and that is demonization. If the crack is big enough, the devil realm will be able to devour the space of the heavenly martial realm and demonize it into an environment suitable for the devil clan to live in. At that time, the power of the realm will no longer be effective against them." The Misty Rock Master said, "Then there's no other way. We can only send people to guard this place. We'll kill whoever comes out." Everyone fell silent. This method seemed clumsy, but it also seemed to be the only feasible method at the moment. The Misty Rock Master said, "Set up several large-scale direct passages here, and be prepared for battle at any time. At the same time, they'll set up countless spirit gathering formations to gather more than half of the spirit chi in the entire eastern region. Not only will it disperse the devil chi, but it can also flow back through the cracks." "It's feasible in theory," Xiao said, "but it's a huge project. If every crack that appears is like this, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts won't have enough manpower." The Misty Rock Master said, "Now we can only take one step at a time. Let's first solve the problem at hand, then think of a long-term plan. The cracks are big and small, enough to fit the demon venerable through. Even if the two worlds touch each other to the extreme, there won't be too many." "I think this method is feasible," Ling Moody said. "Although the overall strength of the heavenly martial arts realm is not as good as before, it has accumulated a lot of experience. I've thought about this problem before. We can create a floating city like the St. Devil's Hall and use it as a stronghold to guard every crack. We'll use alchemy to make up for the lack of manpower. It's a pity that a large number of talents in the art of cultivation in the heavenly martial realm have fallen," Xiao said gloomily. "Many of them are missing. He was most likely captured by Lu Zongzi and taken to the devil realm." "That Lu Zongzi is really a sinner," Chu Hongyan said angrily. "Back in the ancient devil's well, Lu Zongzi seemed to have refined an armor that can resist the power of the realm," Xiao said. "If it is true, then it is very likely that he captured a large number of alchemists and brought them to the Devil Realm to mass-produce this kind of armor. That will be too dangerous. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they all cursed Lu Zongzi for having a terrible death. No matter what, let's first settle the matter of Red Moon City. I feel that the words of my lords are reasonable. I also have the Yang Hall of the Saint Devil Hall here. I can contribute it as a stronghold for the crack in the Red Moon City to monitor the movements of the Devil World. After all, this is a crack that can allow you to cross over. It's even more dangerous than the Tiandang Mountains. That's great. Lingmu Di was overjoyed. All the high-level officials gathered in front of the crack and started discussing. At least half of the combat power of the entire heavenly martial realm was gathered here, so they were not afraid of any powerful figures coming out of the crack. At this moment, a demonic light suddenly flickered under everyone's eyes. The sky immediately became quiet. Everyone stared at the ball of light, wondering what kind of demon was so bold to break out in public. The demonic light turned into a circle, and Gong's figure immediately appeared inside. He raised his hands and went straight to the point. Everyone, please calm down. I'm not here to offend you. Oh? Yun Xiao said coldly. So, you're here to be a bystander? Be careful not to get any soy sauce and directly get the lunchbox. Hee, I don't want to get a lunchbox. I'm here to issue a challenge to you all, said Mo Gong with a smile. A letter of challenge? Everyone was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. The Devil Palace smiled. It's meaningless to fight between our two worlds like this. Why don't we find a time and place to have a big battle? The winner will be king and the loser will be slaves. What do you all think? You're right, sir. Yun Xiao nodded. I think so too. Then why don't we do it now? Let's do it now and here. Devil Palace was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Haha. You guys have destroyed the Blue Capital in this battle. Isn't that enough? TSK, once land dies, I'm afraid that the Devil World will be in great turmoil. I'm afraid I won't have the time to deal with you in the short term. In my opinion, why don't we gather the elites of the two worlds here in half a year and have a life-and-death battle? Half a year. Yun Xiao sneered. You said half a year, so it's half a year? Since the crack has opened, are you the only ones allowed to come in? But we can't go in? We can fight whenever we want. We appreciate your good intentions, but let's forget about this agreement. Mo Gong's face darkened and he said unsightly, Do you really want the entire realm of heavenly martial arts to be slaughtered by us? Don't think that killing Blue would have much of an impact on the Devil World. It was just that the power of the Blue Division would be reshuffled, and this would happen very soon. It doesn't matter if it will affect us or not, Yun Xiao sneered. No matter how big the matter is, we will never back down. If you want to get the realm of heavenly martial arts, you have to step over our dead bodies, or even over every strong warrior of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed so easily. This is our attitude regardless of whether you're a match for us or not. As the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, he had to fight to the death. He had to be firm in his stance of not surrendering. Even if he was no match for the enemy, he had to let the enemy understand his stance and determination. Mo Gong's eyes immediately turned cold. He snorted. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't regret today's decision when your clan is exterminated in the future. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand, bringing up a large amount of lightning. Mo Gong frowned. What, you want to kill me? Even when two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. Don't tell me you don't have this bit of morality? The premise of not killing the emissaries is to respect the rules of other countries, Yun Xiao said with a sneer. I'm not going to kill them. You keep saying, annihilate your clan in front of me. At this moment, even if I came here, I would still kill you, let alone you being a projection. The thunderbolt shot over and shattered Gong's projection with a boom. The bolt of lightning didn't slow down and charged into the endless crack. Humph! At the other end of the crack, a black figure let out an angry snort. The hand that was forming a seal in front of him suddenly swung as he angrily rebuked, Damned brat! Not far from the black shadow stood a large number of demons. There were actually more than 10,000 of them. The entire space was surrounded by a huge ring of light, protecting these tens of thousands of people. Moreover, a large number of demon lords were on guard outside, as if afraid that something powerful would rush out of the void. They did not dare to relax in the slightest. Gong. Did the negotiations fail? Another black figure with a powerful aura said slowly. He was Ho, one of the 8 devil venerables. 2 other demon supremacies also gathered around. Yan's body was emitting a black flame-like evil aura. The surrounding demons kept their distance and did not dare to get close. Ji, on the other hand, was like a pool of still water. She stood there as if there was no such person, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. I failed, Gong said with a nod. These people from the realm of heavenly martial arts are really arrogant. Maybe it was because they killed Blue that they became more confident. Not only did they not agree to the agreement, but they also destroyed my projection. They are extremely rude. You're actually so rude. What? Yen was furious. If we retreat like this, not only will we become the laughingstock of the entire devil realm, but even those lowly races in the heavenly martial realm will look down on us. Gong nodded. I agree with Yan's words. No matter what, we have to show them what we're made of. We can't lose to them in terms of momentum and dignity. Yen snorted coldly. It's already an extremely embarrassing thing to negotiate with them. Now, they've rejected us and even killed the emissaries. This is the greatest shame of the devil world in the past hundreds of millions of years. Ho and Ji were still silent. Don't forget the purpose of our 5 tribes alliance this time, Gongzai said. We want to defeat the heavenly martial alliance in one fell swoop as fast as lightning. We want to occupy at least half of the heavenly martial realm. And the result? He hadn't even stepped out of the door and a demon venerable was killed by the other party. To be honest, if you let it go today, don't come to me for anything in the future. Me too, Yen snorted. I will never join hands with cowards again. Ho finally spoke. It's not like the 2 of you don't understand the current situation. We need time to strengthen and stabilize the crack. Only then will more powerful demons descend. The world-devouring devil here is far more terrifying than what we've anticipated. Therefore, we need time, at least half a year's time, to consolidate our position here and open up the crack. But the reality is that there's no time. It's not always possible to have everything ready. He's already riding on your head and shitting, and you're still waiting. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. After all, it was his projection that had been destroyed. Every time he thought about it, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Ji, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, It's not that there's no way to get back at the humiliation we suffered, but the price is too high. What method? Gong Hiyen immediately asked. Ho raised his head and said, You mean to forcefully tear open the crack? Ji nodded. With the combined power of the 4 of us, we can tear the crack even wider. At least in the short term, we can let the devils below the devil commander pass through smoothly. However, the 4 of us were bound, and our cultivation levels dropped greatly after that. However, it's only a temporary drop, and we'll be able to recover in half a year. His cultivation base dropped. Gong and Yan's expressions suddenly changed. They looked at each other and remained silent. The law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, was particularly prominent in the devil world. Strength was the foundation of everyone's standing in this world. Once their cultivation fell, then this half a year would become an extremely dangerous period, and they had to consider it carefully. I've thought of this method as well. If the 2 of you are willing, I'll risk my life to accompany you, Ho Dao said. Ji said, Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Even if we fall, we'll still be at the peak of the demon monarch realm. Very few people can threaten us. Or, in the next 6 months, the 4 of us can join forces and cultivate in seclusion together. We can also look out for each other. Good. We'll do as you say. Even if we're in danger, I'll make them pay, Gong said in a deep voice. Although Yen was still a little hesitant, he soon had no objections and said, Make the arrangements first. When we tear open the crack, the 5 tribes of demons, except for those who are maintaining the barrier of light, will all charge out. Even with the realm suppression, our numbers are greater, and our strength is far superior to theirs, so we can still cause a great impact. Ho nodded and said, "That's the only way." Thinking of Lan's tragic death in the realm of heavenly martial arts, I feel guilty and can't explain it to the people of the Blue Tribe. Let's give them the chance to take the lead and let them take revenge for their king. Gong's lips curled into a cold smile. That's right. Let the people of Blue Tribe take revenge first. 1/5 of the demons not far away were from the Blue Clan, and their expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The demons of the other 4 divisions all gloated. The law of the jungle forced them to accept the arrangement of the 4 demon lords. Without fists there was no right to speak. This had always been the case in the Great Thousand World. After a discussion, the 4 demon superiors split the crowd apart and stood in front of the crack. Ho flipped his hand and took out a profound level weapon. He held it in his palm. It was ring-shaped and carved with demonic patterns. There was also a snake-like beast head on the top. As long as my dragon ring has enough power, it can open the crack to the maximum. How long it can last will depend on the strength of the 4 of us. With that, he spat out a paragraph of obscure words and threw out the earth dragon ring at the same time. As the incantation seals hit the ring, the snake seal on it immediately began to spin, as if there was a strange snake slithering around it. "Begin!" Ho shouted and sent out his palms. A monstrous demonic might shot out from his body, and the snake head on the ring opened its mouth to suck in. The entire ring immediately became several times larger, and it swelled violently on the crack until it blocked the surrounding space. Boom! A violent tremor came from the crack, and a large amount of terrifying energy spewed out from the void, stirring into a vortex like lava. However, these forces were quickly washed away by the impact of the demonic. The other 3 demon venerables also acted at the same time, pouring astonishing demonic chi into the earth dragon ring, and the passage was constantly reinforced, making the crack look extremely solid. Hee hee. Gong grinned hideously and roared, "All troops, listen up. Use your power to teach those bastards of the realm of heavenly martial arts a lesson. People of Blue Clan, fight first and avenge your king. Wash away the shame on your body. Revenge. Take revenge." The people around them shouted excitedly. Only the people from Blue Tribe had dark expressions on their faces, but they had no choice. They could only brace themselves and rush into the tunnel. In order to encourage himself and stimulate his strength, he could only close his eyes and shout, "Revenge! Take revenge!" After shouting a few times, a huge amount of hatred filled his body, and his combat strength rose. At the same time, on the other side of the crack, in the realm of heavenly martial arts, the massive Saint Devil Hall stood tall in the sky. This was the Yang Hall that Bo Mu had contributed. In order to avoid being affected by the Yang Hall and affecting the demonic chi in his body, he had already erased the imprint in the Yang Hall, making it ownerless. The rest of the people began to fly around the Red Moon City and set up a large number of spirit gathering arrays to attract the spirit chi from all directions to counter the demonic chi. Ning Kuei had the best understanding of the situation in Red Moon City and its surroundings, so she was the chief designer of the formation. In addition, some of them had been dispatched back to Yanwu to find alchemists to build a fixed passage to Red Moon City. Everything was going according to plan. In front of the crack, there was a person every 300 meters to closely monitor the state of the crack. A patrol team was also organized to sweep out the demons that were shooting out of the crack. At that moment, a cultivator who cultivated the Spirit Eye secret technique was the first to discover that something was wrong. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the crack in the sky, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "The demons have invaded!" the martial artist roared. His voice was like an explosion, and everyone was shocked. What? For a time, the sky was filled with noise, especially when a large number of cultivators flew out from the Saint Devil Hall. Even the cultivators who were setting up the spirit gathering array in the distance were all shocked and hurried back. Countless demons of all kinds rushed out of the crack, led by a large number of demon lords. The largest number were the 10 directional vicious fiends, and there were thousands of them. It was accompanied by all kinds of demons of strange shapes and sizes. They didn't have high spiritual intelligence, but they were extremely fierce. There were also some bat-like demonic insects mixed in, letting out a buzzing sound of flapping wings, making people feel upset. Demons dance. What? Lingmu Di said in surprise. This is the most complicated team in the demon system. They've launched a general attack without caring about anything. There's also a dark red demonic mist. It's different from ordinary demonic mist and can reduce the suppression of world power. It's the most common cover method used by the demons when they launch large-scale attacks. So, it's very important to destroy this demonic mist, Yunxiao said. Can you repeat that large-scale attack a few more times? He asked. Qing said. Again? How many times? Do you think I'm the king of the realm? Once is fine. Yunxiao nodded. I'll have everyone retreat to the Saint Devil Hall. When those demons approach, you'll give them a blow first. Qing Zhu nodded, then took out a pile of spirit wood and absorbed the spiritual qi within. These things were given to him by Yunxiao just now. He had wanted to keep them, but he did not expect to use them so soon. Lord Mu Di, Yunxiao said. In your opinion, do you think we can withstand this attack with our current strength? Ling Mu Di said in a deep voice. We can certainly withstand this wave of attack, but we don't know how many more demons there are behind. They must have made up their minds to rush over at all costs. Maybe it's because a demon supreme was killed, and because you just destroyed his projection clone, so he's angry. Then, just in case, Yunxiao said, Zhuo Fan, go back to Yanwu now and gather as many people as you can. Are we going to fight to the death? Zhuo Fan asked in surprise. Yunxiao nodded. I once heard from a demon lord that there are a total of 8 demon supremacies in control of the demon realm. The one who died just now should be one of them. So, there are 7 more demon supremacies in the demon realm. Judging from the current situation, there must be more demon venerables behind the crack, and there might be more than one. Knowing that the crack was not stable enough and that the suppression of the realm power could not be overcome, they still launched such a large-scale attack. It was obvious that they were determined to cut off all means of retreat. Perhaps the most brutal MO war is about to happen. Zhuo Qingfan's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, I understand. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and was about to leave when the Misty Rock Master suddenly turned around and threw a token over, saying, Go to Mysterious Separation Island again and tell the Island Master what happened here. I'm sure he has other arrangements. Yes. Zhuo Qingfan received the token. There were some simple cloud patterns on it, and there was nothing special about it. Then I'll go first. Everyone, be careful and wait for my good news. Zhuo Qingfan's silhouette flickered as he disappeared from the Saint Devil Hall. Ben Tingfeng looked ahead worriedly and said, Lord Haofeng and some other people are still in Yanwu. It would be great if they could come together. The Misty Rock Master quietly looked ahead, his face expressionless. Everyone, retreat, Yunxiao shouted. Get into the Saint Devil Hall. At Yunxiao's order, the warriors who were in formation and ready to face the enemy were taken aback. But no one dared to disobey him at such a critical moment. Instantly, the formation in front of them was abandoned. Over 100 beams of light flew down, landing into the Saint Devil Hall. After Qing Zhu adjusted its breathing, it opened its eyes and slowly flew out of the sacred palace. There are too many demons, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill them in one strike. I'll send more later. Qing Zhu replied, and a large amount of lightning burst out from its body. Under its exquisite control, the color of the lightning gradually turned purple and condensed into 4 light pillars as thick as an arm. The demon lords in front immediately sensed the danger and stopped, standing in the air in shock. He allowed the demons with lower spiritual intelligence to continue charging forward. Purple Emperor Dance. Little Qing spat, and a vast expanse of purple light shot into the sky. Boom! The demons who were charging at the front were hit by the impact. The 4 light pillars were like a meat grinder, spinning upward in a spiral. Wherever they passed, a large number of demons exploded. Almost all demons below the immortal state were wiped out by this move, and even existences like the omnidirectional evil fiend were continuously struck by the purple light, causing their bodies to explode and disintegrate. Only those at the demon lord level, who had condensed a cloud of demonic mist around their bodies, resisted the purple light's attack with all their might and were not injured. Ling Mudi said in a deep voice, "The range of this move is too wide, which greatly reduces its power." He was even able to take on a first-grade demon lord. "It doesn't seem to be as good as the previous one." "It can't be helped," Xianxia said. "After all, there are too many fiends, and little Qing seems to have not fully recovered." But this time, not only did it eliminate all the low-level demons, but even the demonic fog that resisted the power of the world was also swept away. "The effect is great." "Yes," Ling Mudi nodded. "The rest of them are tough bones. Everyone, get ready. We'll attack together." He took the lead, holding the reverse soul whip, ready to rush out at any time. Xianxia also took out the red slaying sword and held it in his hand as he said, "This time, let our heavenly martial union do it. Misty Rock Lord, please support us." The Misty Rock Master nodded and said, "Don't worry, don't go too far. These are only the demons' vanguards. I can see a steady stream of demonic light flickering in the crack, so I'm afraid there's still a large number of demons hiding and waiting to attack at any time." The Misty Rock Master's words made Xianxia feel a little worried. He also felt that the other side of the crack was not simple, but he had to hold on no matter what. If the demons took down Red Moon City and established a stronghold, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Qing's Violet Emperor dance danced in the air for a moment before all the lightning dissipated. With a flash of lightning, he teleported back to the Saint Devil Hall. "Kill!" Xianxia gave a loud cry and rushed out with Ling Mudi. The 200 or so members of the Heavenly Martial League followed closely behind, killing the remaining demons. At the front of the crack, the projection of the palace reappeared. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face turned ashen. His gaze passed through the battlefield and fell on little Qing. He had already listed it as the number 1 enemy. With one move, it had lost more than half of the army. Such a terrifying method would definitely cause more demons to die miserably at its hands in the future. Is that the innate wood spirit body? It's really a big problem. In the crack, a demonic mirror appeared in front of the 4 demon supremacies, displaying the scene of the battlefield. After the 4 of them saw Little Green's display of power, their expressions didn't look too good. Yen snorted. "Compared to this second with spiritualism, I'm more interested in the kid with the 6 paths demonic weapon. TSK, the devil essence of a devil lord monarch. The only thing that can be connected to the 6 paths demonic weapon." His eyes lit up. "Humph, Yen, you're asking for a fight. It's most likely not for dignity or anything, but for the 6 paths demonic weapon." Gong looked at him coldly. "TSK, who doesn't want a demonic weapon of the 6 paths?" This was the main reason, but it was also an important reason to regain his face and avoid being laughed at. "Even if the Demon Lord Monarch's demonic essence didn't appear, I would still take care of these bastards," Yen said angrily as he gloomily stared at the demonic mirror. Ho Dao said, "I didn't expect that the Saint Devil Hall of the Demon Lord Emperor would also be taken by the people of the heavenly martial arts realm. I can take this opportunity to take it back and make up for my previous losses." Yan's expression changed slightly. "This Saint Devil Hall is real. The one you have is just a replica. Are you trying to use the real one to make up for the replica? Can this be of equal value?" Ho Dao said, "Although mine is an imitation, it was also made by a great demon ancestor countless years ago. It's also the most powerful among all the imitations. It was not much weaker than the true Sage Devil Hall. I can see that the hall outside isn't complete, so it's not a bad idea to use it to make up for it." "Are you guys done?" Gong said impatiently. The battle had just started, and the outcome was not yet decided, and they were already thinking about splitting the spoils? It's still a problem whether we can take them down or not. Let's talk about it after we kill these bastards and occupy the city below. "Humph," he snorted. Yen coldly snorted and didn't say anything. He continued to look at the magic mirror. In the mirror, although the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, The people of Blue Clan were obviously no match for them. Although most of the people from Shenli Island didn't make a move, Ben Tingfeng and other Void Extreme Divine Realm experts flew into the battlefield and killed those second-grade Devil Lords. Very soon, the demons were on the verge of collapse. Gong looked on coldly and said, "They're still at a disadvantage due to the suppression of the realm power. Even a second-grade Demon Lord could be killed by their Void Realm. This is really frustrating. Otherwise, we'll be able to easily take down the city with just a small number of troops." Ho Dao said, "Actually, the devil chi outside is as thick as the devil realm. It's just that demonization needs a process. This battlefield is much better than before. Let's send out the heaven-raising giant demons and destroy the Saint Devil Hall." "Isn't it a little too early to send the giant demon? Shouldn't he at least enter the midfield before playing?" Gong was shocked. Yan's expression was also filled with disagreement. Only Ji did not say anything. Ho Dao said, "There's no need. These people's strength is limited. They won't be able to withstand more than one round of our attacks. Let's push the battle to its peak as soon as possible." Gong nodded and immediately gave the order. Within the light ring of the formation, there was a commotion and discussion. Several demon lords lined up in front of them and began to make hand seals. A strange formation immediately formed in the center of the group. A rumbling sound came from the formation, and then several demonic lights flew out and shot into the crack. A huge tremor came from the crack, as if the passage was shaking. The four demon superiors' expressions changed slightly. They formed hand seals at the same time to stabilize the passage. A few huge demonic shadows moved forward slowly in the crack. All the demons in the surroundings screamed in horror and fled in all directions. Outside the crack, a large number of Blue Clan's demons ran back and hid at the crack's entrance, not daring to fight anymore. "Those who retreat are the shame of our clan. They will be executed when we return." Gong's projection stood in front of the crack to supervise the battle, coldly looking at the retreating demons. "Lord Gong, we've already fought with all our might. Although the Blue Clan is the first to attack, why haven't we seen anyone from the other four clans? Aren't they sending us to our deaths?" A demon lord was filled with grief and indignation. Ignoring the dignity of the palace, he angrily said, "Although Lord Lan is dead and we have nothing to rely on, we are still a force of the devil world after all. Can't you take the overall situation into consideration and only be satisfied when we are all dead?" Gong looked at him coldly and suddenly broke the ice with a smile. "Everyone, please calm down and don't get the wrong idea. How can we let you all die innocently? If you look behind you, you'll know that we won't abandon you." The demon lords looked back and saw a terrifying aura coming from the crack. It was as if a huge demon was stepping forward, and the crack trembled with every step. "That's Ing Luo," a demon monarch suddenly shouted. "A giant demon! What? Is a giant demon? Why did they move out so quickly?" The rest of the demon lords also exclaimed in surprise, their faces revealing joy. "And there's more than one. Ha ha ha." Gong Quang laughed and said, "This time, a total of 7 giant demons have been sent out. Cooperate with them and kill those bastards from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Avenge Lan and prove your worth." The demon lords' expressions changed slightly, but they were no longer as dejected as before. They hurriedly said, "El definitely won't let you down, my lords." 7 huge demons gradually appeared and walked out of the crack. The people of the Blue Clan followed closely behind, all of them filled with killing intent, wanting to take revenge for what happened just now. Outside the crack, the Heavenly Martial League was cleaning up the battlefield. Apart from killing all the demonic specters, they also had to use secret techniques to clear out the demonic chi and guide it out of the Red Moon City, using the original purifying power of the mountains and rivers to purify it. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he looked into the crack, and his eyes filled with surprise. From the crack came a huge sense of pressure, as if mountains were being moved over. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure. "Demon Commander." Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they immediately thought of this possibility. Even if a second-grade demon lord descended, it was also absolutely impossible to bring about such a tremendous pressure. Is the demon commander going to appear? Would you rather face the pressure of the realm power of the heavenly martial realm and risk your life to show up and fight? Xianxia muttered to himself in the Saint Devil Hall, his face full of shock. The rest of the people were also nervous. Lingmu Di immediately called everyone back to the Saint Devil Hall. Even the Misty Rock Master's eyes narrowed slightly. Previously, he had almost let Mo Lan escape from his hands, and this had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that he could finally see the demon again, he could not help but feel his blood flow faster. That's Ing Luo. Just as everyone was speculating, a huge head emerged from the crack. Its eyes were red like gemstones, and its body was covered with patterns. Boom! The giant demon stepped out of the crack. It was as if its entire body was made of huge stones, supporting the sky. Roar! A deafening roar came from the giant demon's mouth, shaking the entire world. As if it was suppressed by the realm power, the giant demon's face was full of ferocity. It seemed unusually irritable as it kept shouting at the sky. The moment he saw the Saint Devil Hall below, his eyes turned crimson red as he dashed over. The expressions of everyone in the Saint Devil Hall changed drastically. They could all feel the immense pressure from the impact, and even the Saint Devil Hall was shaking. Is this the might of the demon venerable? Although it's suppressed, it's equivalent to half a creation realm expert. Xianxia was horrified. Lingmu Di's face was heavy. He shook his head and said, "This is not a demon venerable, but an extremely powerful demonic creature from the demonic realm. It's called the giant demon. Its strength is below that of a demon venerable, but because its intelligence is not high, it's an excellent killing weapon." Not the demon lord? Xianxia was shocked. Isn't this the demon lord? But the feeling it gives me is not inferior to that of the demon lord. The Misty Rock Master said, "That demon venerable had too many clones, so he'd lost too much power. If this devil was placed in the devil realm, it could be compared to a creation realm expert. But now it's still lacking." His figure flickered and he rushed towards the giant demon. As Mist Yan's master activated his body, the impact from the giant demon immediately disappeared. The Misty Rock Master's entire body emitted a faint light that condensed into a layer of faint armor. Without any fancy moves, he directly punched out at the giant demon. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, and the world immediately fell into darkness. Apart from Xianxia and some experts who had cultivated the Spirit Eye mystic technique, the rest of the people could not see anything, so they could only rely on their divine sense to distinguish them. Under the impact of the aftershock, the Saint Devil Hall was like a small boat swaying in the wind, swaying back and forth. What? In front of the crack, Gong's projection was shocked. His eyes widened and shock flashed through them. The other three demon supremacies in front of the demonic mirror were also shocked. Yan's face turned ferocious as he said in horror, "Creation realm!" Countless cracks appeared on the giant demon's body after the punch. The places where the fist wind hit cracked like a spider web, and the chapped skin and muscles turned into pieces of soil and stone. I can't believe that there are also manifestation realm cultivators in the heavenly martial arts realm. Damn it, how is this possible? Yan's face was filled with shock. His face was extremely gloomy and ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "The information we received was not like this." Ho Heji's eyes were also filled with shock. Ho said in a deep voice, "We're in trouble now. If there are still manifestation realm elites in the heavenly martial arts realm, and we can't solve the problem of the realm power suppression, we'll be in a very passive position. TSK. Those who get information are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'm going to wring their heads off when I get back." Yan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "The most troublesome thing now is, how many manifestation stage powerhouses are there in the heavenly martial arts realm? If we can't even figure out the numbers, we'll lose this battle without even knowing why." "Calm down," said Ji. It was true that the realm of heavenly martial arts had been missing the 10 rules of the 10 directions for 100,000 years. Moreover, look at this person. He transformed into a void light armor. He must have reached the creation realm by cultivating his physical body. He's very different from ordinary creation realm experts. In my opinion, There is no one in the realm of heavenly martial arts who has reached the creation realm. At most, there are one or two like this man whose physical body has reached the Dharmakaya realm. The physical body Dharmakaya realm? What is this? Also, Yen asked, are you sure that there are only one or two such existences in the realm of heavenly martial arts? The realm levels of the people in the heavenly martial arts realm correspond to the devil realm, Ji explained. But their cultivation is completely different. Even in the realm of heavenly martial arts, there are two major systems. One is to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth and reach the fate realm, which is somewhat similar to us. The other way was to develop one's potential. One had to know that this universe world was holographic, and every physical body was actually a cosmic body. They don't need to comprehend the rules, and they can directly temper their bodies, thereby erupting with the same power as the creation realm. This is called the Dharmakaya, in the realm of heavenly martial arts. A Dharmakaya? Then it's a little similar to a giant demon? Ho frowned and revealed a pensive expression. I guess so, Ji nodded. They all rely on the strength of their physical bodies to fight. These 7 giant demons will be able to find out how many Dharmakaya masters there are in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Ho Yi nodded and said, that's right. If there's an expert who can fight against the 7 devils, we'll immediately withdraw our troops and think about it. If there's only 1 or 2 of them, we should be able to take down the city after dispatching 2 more divisions to deal with the 7 giant demons. The other 3 nodded in agreement and began to watch carefully. The strength of the giant demon had not reached the level of a demon commander, but because the level of the demon realm was higher, it was almost equivalent to a creation realm expert. However, it was under the heavenly martial realm, and this was the first time it was exposed to the realm power, so it was greatly suppressed. Thus, it was firmly suppressed by the Misty Rock Lord. After the punch, although the giant demon's shoulder was shattered, it did not affect its life. 2 rays of red light shot out from its red eyes. The Misty Rock Master's expression changed. He could also sense that this thing was not easy to deal with. The strength of its vitality was beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! With a casual grab, the virtual light condensed into a blade in his palm. He slashed forward and shattered the 2 red lights. Then, in a flash, he charged forward again and used his ethereal blade to cut off the giant demon's head. Yunxiao was secretly shocked. Although he could also condense a corporeal light at this moment, he was far from being able to do as he pleased as the Lanyan Lord. At this moment, his heart thumped and he instinctively turned his head to look into the crack. In the crack that was several acres wide, the heads of the giant demons emerged again, and more than one. This by and Yunxiao was taken aback and cried out, everyone be careful, it's here again. Heavens, could there be more of these things? All the cultivators in the Saint Devil Hall shuddered as they looked over in shock. 6 gigantic devils were stepping out from the crack. The appearance of each of them caused the heavens and earth to shake. The terrifying pressure formed dark clouds in the sky and rolled down. The demon lords who had escaped earlier also followed him out. Everyone had a sinister smile on their faces. The pleasure of revenge was growing in the hearts of every demon lord. However, these demon lords had been ignored by the people of the heavenly martial arts realm. Everyone's eyes fell on the 6 giant demons, full of fear. The Misty Rock Master was also shocked. Killing the one in front of him was already extremely strenuous, and the aura of the 6 new ones was not inferior to this one at all. Being distracted for a moment, he was almost hit by the giant demon in front of him. He was so frightened that he quickly collected his mind and focused on the battle. Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty. His mind was a little muddled as he said, "Can this thing be mass-produced?" Lingmu Di's expression was also ugly. He shook his head and said, "During the Demon Sealing War, which lasted for several decades, I've only seen a dozen of such existences. The other party was able to summon 7 at once. It's clear that the existence behind the crack must be even more terrifying than these 7 giant demons." "What?" Yunxiao was surprised. "Have the other 7 demon supremacies also gathered here?" "It's possible," Lingmu Di said. "What should we do now? Fight or leave?" After seeing the 6 giant demons, Ling Mudi lost his mind and even wavered his belief in holding on. He began to hesitate. Fight! Of course we're going to fight. Yunxiao's face was filled with determination as he said without hesitation. If we retreat now, all our previous resistance and sacrifices will be in vain, and it will be 10,000 times more difficult for us to take back the Red Moon City. Well said. Ning Kuei also looked determined and said in a deep voice, "This is this old man's battlefield, and this old man has retreated from this battlefield too many times, to the point that I can no longer return. In today's battle, I will not take half a step back and live or die with the Red Moon City." Ling Mudi also gave up on the idea of retreating. He praised, "Not bad. Before, we expressed our attitude and determination to the demon world. And now it's time to defend this determination with blood and strength." The three's presence and conviction immediately infected everyone. They all looked at death with equanimity, coldly looking at the sky. After letting go of life and death, the burden in his heart instantly disappeared, and he became relaxed. "I can deal with one of these 6 giant demons by myself," Yunxiao said. "How should we distribute the rest?" "What? You can't," Chu Hongyan immediately objected. "This is an existence that even the Misty Rock Lord can't deal with. Feiyang, don't try to show off. Let me and Lord Ling Mudi help you deal with one." Mu Lingdi and many other members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance agreed. After all, Yunxiao was no longer just Yunxiao, but the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. If anything happened to him, it would be a huge blow to the entire alliance, and even the entire Heavenly Martial realm. "I know what I'm doing." Yunxiao shook his head. "Do you think I'm a reckless person? It's not a problem for me to deal with one. You guys have to think of a way to deal with the remaining 5. Chu Hongyan still wanted to protest, but Yunxiao pressed her lips with 2 fingers. He smiled and said, "Trust me." Chu Hongyan's face was full of bitterness. She held his fingers and forced a smile. "Promise me. Don't force yourself." Yunxiao nodded, then flew up into the sky. Chu Hongyan felt her heart clench and her face was full of worry. However, she understood that at this moment, the only way to help him was to let him go and kill the enemy seriously. Ling Mudi turned around and looked at someone. "Pan Yi, are you confident?" "I can't handle it alone, but if I work with others, I can." Pan Yi frowned. "What if you join hands with me?" Ling Mudi looked at him deeply and asked, "You're not strong enough. It's useless to join hands with you," Pan Yi said after thinking for a while. Ling Mudi was extremely depressed. This familiar face was saying such things in front of him. He really wanted to punch it. "What if I'm added?" asked Bei Mangnan. Pan Yi looked at him and blinked a few times. "You're also at the ethereal light realm, but your physical body is incomplete, far inferior to mine. If we can add another void extreme god realm warrior, we can deal with one." Someone was about to volunteer, but was stopped by Ling Mudi, who said, "We don't have enough manpower. It's just the 3 of us. At most, I'll add my bull mount. I can't have more." Pan Yi looked at the bullfighting bull and said, "This thing is basically useless, but since you want to try, then try it." Swish! The heaven-patrolling bulldog trembled with anger. It took a few steps forward and used its horn to hit him. "Ha-ha! Stop it!" Ling Mudi immediately pulled the bulldog over to stop it from going crazy. "We from the Divine Cloud Palace will try to deal with one," Chu Hongyan said. Mi Jihan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all felt the pressure. Luo Chunru rebuked him without holding back. "Palace Master, you're lacking in consideration. The Grand Elder and I are both at the Void Extreme Divine Realm. With all of you, we can barely do it," Chu Hongyan said. Luo Chunru refused. "Have you ever thought about it? If you don't command it well, the tens of thousands of years of foundation of the Divine Cloud Palace will be destroyed." She shouted. Chu Hongyan was furious. "I'm the Palace Master. I won't allow you to speak out of turn. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll kill you right now." Her face turned cold as she gathered her killing intent and suppressed Luo Chunru. If it was a normal day, he wouldn't bother with this person. Even if his prestige was damaged, he didn't care. But at this moment, the military order was like a mountain. How could anyone object to the sect leader's words, especially at this critical moment? Luo Chunru's expression changed drastically. She could feel the coldness and knew that Chu Hongyan was truly angry. She did not dare to say anything more and looked at Mi Jihan with a pleading look. However, Mi Jihan also knew that this was an important matter. In her heart, she blamed Luo Chunru for causing trouble and not giving the sect leader any face. She glared at Luo Chunru fiercely before she finally shut her mouth completely. The Blade sect is willing to lend a hand, Chen Duantian said. The Long family is also willing to lend a hand, Elder Lu Yuan of the Long family hurriedly said. That's good, Ling Mudi said. With the three of you, even if you can't defeat it, you can at least stall one. Chu Hongyan had wanted to refuse, but since Mu Lingdi had spoken, she could not object. Everyone be careful, Ling Mudi said. We'll follow the will of Palace Master Hongyan. Please cooperate with us. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison. Chu Hongyan was the best among them in terms of strength and prestige. Moreover, they were all from the 7 major sects. Although their relationship was ordinary in the past, now that experts were emerging one after another, the high and mighty sense of honor from the major sects had long since disappeared. Now they felt like they were working together for warmth. Thank you for your trouble, everyone, Chu Hongyan said. He then turned and flew out of the Saint Devil Hall. There were over 10 people following behind him, and they were all experts from the 3 sections. The weakest among them was at the God realm. Those giant demons are no small matter, Polong said. Let me give Palace Master Hongyan a hand. He and the chemical cultivator turned into 2 rays of light and flew out. Only the 2 of them and Bo Mu had come from the Sea Emperor's lineage. Because water deity had cultivated the true sun mantra and the hearsay, she had been trapped under the city walls of Yanwu by Polong and forced to cultivate it. She would not be able to escape until she reached the immortal realm. Seeing this, 3 of the experts from Xianli Island were immediately sent away, leaving only 3 giant demons. Ben Tingfeng was overjoyed. Leave the remaining 3 to us. Ling Mudi was also overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, Good. Then I'll have to trouble my lords to be careful of those demon lords. You're too kind. Everyone, please be careful. We'll send experts to trap the 3 giant demons, and the rest will deal with the demon lords. Ben Tingfeng returned the greeting. There were still many powerhouses left in the Heavenly Martial League, and they all volunteered to join the team to annihilate the demon lord. Bomu said, Everyone, be careful. If you can't defeat them, immediately return to the Saint Devil Hall. With the sturdiness of this palace, even if it's damaged, it'll still be able to withstand the attacks of the giant devil. Good. Everyone be careful, go. Ling Mudi shouted and rushed out. Close to 300 beams of light shot out from the Saint Devil Hall, flying towards the giant devils and the devil monarch. Gong's projection was still standing in front of the crack, looking on coldly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, Have they turned out in full strength? Bastards of the realm of heavenly martial arts. Let me see how strong you are. The 6 giant demons were all activated, and the entire world shook. The sky had long turned into nothingness. Other than the teleportation array protected by the restriction, the rest of the buildings in Red Moon City had long been reduced to ashes. Not even a single brick or tile could be seen, as if it had originally been a barren land. Yun Xiao and the Lanyan Lord were in the middle of a fierce battle. When they saw that the war had broken out and that the remaining towering giant demons had been attracted, they could not help but feel anxious. This was especially so for the Misty Rock Lord. He had already cut off a large portion of the giant devil's body, but the other party still didn't die. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Yun Xiao did not dare to fight the giant demon head-on, so he kept slashing with his sword with his agile movement technique, cutting off its flesh. However, this giant demon's body was like a mountain, and he couldn't bleed. Only a large number of gravel rolled down. When he saw that the battle had broken out in the distance, Yun Xiao panicked and decided to take the risk. He teleported to the head of the giant demon and slashed at its eyes with his sword. No matter what kind of existence it was, the eyes would always be its weakness. The giant devil's eyes narrowed and a red light shot out, destroying the sword chi with a bang. But Xiao's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of the giant devil's right eye. Then, with a large amount of lightning surrounding his left arm, he struck out. The sword attack just now was just a pretense. He was hoping that the giant demon would attack with its eye light to create a time gap so that he could use the thunder fist. Boom! His entire arm, covered in lightning, was directly inserted into the right eye of the giant demon. The ruby-like eye suddenly shattered, and the giant devil let out a shocking roar of pain. It's indeed useful. Seeing the giant devil's palm coming toward his face, Xiao teleported away again, letting the devil slap him hard, causing the sky to tremble. In the next moment, Xiao appeared directly above the giant demon's head and looked down coldly. In his eyes, this giant demon had strength but lacked wisdom and agility. He was not far from death. The giant demon roared in pain. He covered his eyes with one hand and slapped the void with the other. Just the force was enough to compress the space to the point of almost freezing. Usually, such a powerful force, especially those who lacked agility, would have an extremely strong spatial suppression in their god art. The faint light on Xiao's body trembled like a candle, and his right eye turned blood red in an instant. Faint spatial laws transformed into ancient Maha characters that spun around him. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult to escape from the shackles of this palm, and they could only brace themselves and take it. Thus, the Misty Rock Master had been fighting head-on until now. The palm slammed into the spot where Xiao was standing, immediately shattering the space and creating a huge, bottomless pit. But Xiao had already teleported above the giant demon, raised his hand, and pressed it down. The six-colored light swirled in his palm, and the Tusita Peak suddenly turned into the size of a mountain and pressed down. The giant devil turned his head in surprise and looked at the mountain. Shock flashed through his red eyes. He roared and raised his hand to protect his head. Duui. With a huge tremor, the Tusita Heavenly Peak pressed down and the giant demon lifted it up with both hands. Although his entire body burst out with a powerful energy, and it seemed to be extremely strenuous, he was truly able to drag it on, and it was extremely stable. Xiao was taken aback. He quickly descended and landed on the peak of the mountain, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Immediately, circles of Maha ancient characters circled around the mountain, and golden runes could be seen in the six-colored light on the Tusita Heavenly Mountain. Faint earth elemental energy appeared in the sky and gathered into a vortex, merging into the Tusita Peak. Boom! It was as if the weight of the mountain had increased by a lot. A loud noise came from the giant demon's body, and his arms seemed to shake. However, he still stood there with his arms raised, as if he was unable to move. Xiao was also extremely shocked. In addition to the infinite gravity of Tusita Heavenly Peak, he had also used the Maha Divine Art to condense the power of Earth laws, generating an extremely strong gravity that kept pressing down on the giant demon, but the latter was able to withstand it. The giant demon's body swayed a little. He lifted the mountain with difficulty, as if he wanted to throw it away. However, every time he tried to gather chi, a bolt of purple lightning would strike him from above, shattering his chi and making it impossible for him to break free. When Gong saw this scene from above, he cursed, "Stupid!" then ordered the blue demon monarchs to kill Xiao. Xiao frowned. There were more than a dozen demon lords flying toward them. Their strength varied, but they were all injured. He casually threw out 6 ding and 6 jia, instantly forming an array in the air. A golden light covered 1,000 feet, covering all the demon lords. At the same time, with a flash between his eyebrows, the divine realm tablet turned into a white light and shot into the formation. 3 heads and 6 arms emerged from Xiao's body again. One of his Dharma forms was performing incantation gestures to condense the power of Earth to suppress the towering giant demon. One was controlling the 12 divine beings killing formation, and the last one was constantly casting the Great Realm Divine technique to drive the Divine Realm tablet. The runes on the steel circulated, and the power of the world shone brightly. It bloomed in the Du Tianxin Sha formation and shone on every demon lord. A first-grade demon lord, who was already seriously injured, exploded with a bang under the bombardment of the world's power, disintegrating into several 10-directional vicious spirit fiends. The other demon lords' expressions also changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock and horror. At the same time, 6 Ding and 6 Jia formed their own seals and condensed into a giant golden spirit, which charged toward the array. The demon lords' expressions suddenly changed. If they had not been injured before, they could easily break out of this array with their joint efforts. But now they were willing but not strong enough. They could only grit their teeth and fight the giant golden spirit. What? The thing in the formation can actually release the pressure of the world. Inside the crack, in front of the demonic mirror, Yen could not help but cry out when he saw Yunxiao's 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body and the divine realm tablet in the 12 divine beings killing formation. Even the usually calm Ho Heji's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened. A heavenly saint artifact. That's the heavenly saint tool of the realm of heavenly martial arts. What's going on? Asked Ji in surprise. The ascended artifacts of both worlds are in the hands of a single person. This is abnormal. There must be something strange. Ho said in a deep voice. We must take this person down in this battle. It's even more important than occupying a city. It's too unbelievable, Ji said. LVE never heard of such a thing in the countless years of the two realms. Heavenly saint artifacts from both realms appeared in the hands of a single person at the same time. Furthermore, look at the 3 heads and 6 arms materialization, as well as the true fiend Dharma body from before. He must have obtained the demon Lord Emperor's inheritance. We must take back the 6 paths demonic weapon and kill this person, Yen said coldly. It's time to send us out, right? I don't think the giant devil can hold on any longer. Ho glanced at the other two and nodded slightly, agreeing with Yan's words. All right, Ho said. The giant demon's original purpose was to sweep the battlefield and release it in the middle of the battle to defeat the enemy's forces. But now they had also played the role of depleting the enemy's strength. As for the matter of sweeping the battlefield, he would let the 4 divisions do it. Moreover, it wasn't easy to get these 7 giant demons. Try to preserve them as much as possible and don't let them get damaged. Gong nodded and sent out another projection, which began to mobilize the troops in the crack. In fact, with the combat power of the 7 giant demons, they had already filled the entire battlefield of the Red Moon City. Any more troops sent down would only cause chaos. Even if the 4 divisions were to attack, they would only be able to assist the 7 giant demons and attack the Heavenly Martial Alliance in the gaps between the giant demons' attacks. Thus, the palace had counted a few demon lords from each of the 4 divisions and brought a large number of demons of all kinds through the crack. This batch of demons was not large, only less than a quarter of the total, but in the eyes of the demon superiors this number was enough. In the advancing troops, other than the omnidirectional evil spirit, there were 2 other types of demons that were very conspicuous. They had sent out almost all of them. One of them had an oval body and was moving slowly in the tunnel. At first glance, it looked like a black meatball. It seemed harmless and had no combat power. The other was wrapped in black wings and only revealed half of its head. On its wings, red symbols constantly flashed. It was an extremely fast devil bird, called Silly Bird. Silly Bird's strength was on par with the 10-directional vicious fiend, but she was extremely agile. She was very suitable to fight with a strength-type MO like the heaven-raising giant demon. Previously, because of Little Green's Purple Emperor dance, which instantly killed an astonishing number of demons, the 4 demon supremacies did not dare to send this kind of stupid bird out for the time being. But Little Qing hadn't moved and the 7 giant demons had already entered a life and death battle. This was the best time for Silly Bird to fight. In addition, all kinds of demons had been sent in except for those strength-type demons. Under the leadership of a demon with short purple hair, a strangely shaped team, all of which were mainly demons in light clothes, slowly crossed the world. Not only was the purple demon's hair and beard purple, but even his eyes were a deep purple. He walked at the front of the group without any expression on his face. Purple? Gong looked at him and said, "Even such a shocking battle can't excite the blood in your body?" Not only was the demon's entire body purple, even his name was purple. He said indifferently, "A battle without any suspense. Would you feel excited? They're just cleaning up the aftermath of the battle." The surrounding demon lords slightly frowned, but no one said a word. They only thought to themselves, Purple's words were so impolite. There was no honorifics in his tone. Within the 4 divisions, he was probably the only one who dared to speak to the 4 demon superiors in this way. At this moment, in the city of Yanwu in the southern region, several huge array lights flashed over Yanwu, directly teleporting a 9th-grade warship away. Ding Ling looked at the disappearing battleship, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and prayed, "Everyone, you must hold on. The reinforcements are about to arrive." Xue Qingfan's usual relaxed expression was replaced by a rare look of solemnity. "I don't want to comfort you. This war was unprecedentedly tragic. No one who entered the battlefield was confident that they could come back alive." Ding Ling body trembled, and she said in fear, "Then why not evacuate? If you know it's going to be tough and you might not even be able to defend it, why don't you retreat? We can still fight in the future." Xue Qingfan glanced at her and said, "Even so, we must fight to the death, because we have no way out." Once the Red Moon City was lost, the demon race would have a big stronghold in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Moreover, the eastern region has never had any powerful existences. They are all led by the Red Moon City, so the power of the demon race will soon spread to the entire eastern region. "So," he said with a grave expression, "if the Red Moon City is lost, it means that the entire eastern region has been lost. A quarter of the heavenly martial continent's territory has been occupied by the demons. At that time, the demon race won't need to invade the other 3 regions. They only need to spend some time to demonize the entire eastern region and let them adapt to the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. Then we'll lose completely. But Ing Luo, if we all die in battle," Ding Linger said in a trembling voice, "even if we defend the Red Moon City, what if the demons come again?" Xue Qingfan sighed and said, "If we can hold this battle, the demons will suffer heavy losses. They won't be able to launch another large-scale battle in the short term. As for the future, if he doesn't even have now, what future would he have?" After all, Ding Linger had been in the business world for a long time, and she had seen and experienced a lot of things. Unlike ordinary little girls, she quickly calmed down and nodded. "I understand. Since this was Big Brother Yunxiao's decision and everyone's determination, Linger would stick to it. I only hate that my strength is limited. I can only pray here and hope that everyone will return soon." Xue Qingfan chuckled. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Everyone will return safely." Ding Linger also smiled, but it was a bit forced and sad. She suddenly asked, "Is Ding Shan Juju really dead?" Xue Qingfan nodded and said, "He's really dead. Wan Yiqian of Myriad Treasure Store is dead too. The confrontation between the Northern and Southern business alliances is about to become history. If we can hold the Red Moon City this time, Miss Linger can join hands with the Money Sect and merge the 2 major business alliances to form the only business alliance in the world again. In that case, I'll handle it now." Ding Linger nodded. "Because I firmly believe that everyone will come back alive." "There's no need to rush," Xue Qingfan said. "All the experts in Yanwu have been transferred away, and the void in the city is tight. They still needed Miss Linger to preside over the city defense. Don't forget that there are still some unstable factors in the city." Ding Linger slightly frowned and said in a low voice, "Are you talking about the monster race?" "That's right." Xue Qingfan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Although the demon race is on the decline, don't forget that Yanwu is also empty." Ding Linger frowned even more and said, "I believe that MR.AI is not the kind of person who would hit someone when they are down. Besides, the Battle of the Red Moon City is related to the lifeline of the entire heavenly martial arts realm. MR.AI will not mess around." Xue Qingfan smiled faintly and said, "I believe in AL's character, but he's not the Demon Emperor." Although he's highly respected, even Al Hui himself is not sure if he can suppress all the demons. Right? I understand what you mean, sir, Ding Ling said. We'll postpone the matter of the merchant union. I'll put all my energy into the city's defense. Zhuo Qingfan sighed. The evil arts on Gu Qingqing and Mo haven't been dispelled yet. Otherwise, we'd have a greater chance of winning if they joined us. But it's good to leave them in Yanwu, in case the city is completely empty. If anything happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ding Ling said firmly, Don't worry too much, Master Su Kong. The people of Mysterious Separation Island have gone to help under the leadership of Master Haofeng. Everything will be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light suddenly flickered in front of the two of them and landed in the teleportation array below. The red light said hurriedly, Quickly send me to the Red Moon City. When the two of them took a closer look, they were overjoyed. Ding Ling exclaimed, Lord Mo. The red light was E. He stood in the teleportation formation and nodded. I'm already fine. Ding Ling was happy. Then what about Lady Gu Qingqing? Mo smiled and said with a hint of mockery. How can that woman be compared to me? She wants to recover completely and lie in bed for a few more years. The judge's words were a bit exaggerated. But Gu Qingqing was still in a coma. Although she would wake up from time to time, she couldn't fight for a long time. I'll ask someone to open the teleportation formation now, Ding Ling said hurriedly. Soon, Mo disappeared into the light of teleportation. Ding Ling and Zhuo Qingfan were both in a good mood. With the referee's help, their chances of winning were much higher. Moreover, the aura exuding from Mo's body was no longer the same as before. Even Zhuo Qingfan, who was standing in front of him, was shocked. During the Battle of the Five-Cloud Mountain, He had absorbed the blood of a large number of demon and human warriors and directly stepped into the void divine realm. Later on, he cultivated the Buddhist demon sacred art, and during the battle in the forest of the sea, he had sucked the blood of the elites of the four seas dry. Even if Huang and Shang were still here, they were far weaker than Yuan. I'll make a move first as well, Zhuo Qingfan said. I'll still have to make a trip to the eternal world. The space in the eternal world is a little complicated, so it will take some time to find the mysterious separation island. After saying that, his figure turned into a light smoke and disappeared. Ding Ling looked in the direction that Zhuo Qingfan had disappeared in and remained silent for a while. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Who is it? Who's moving the teleportation formation? Soon after, a ray of teleportation light shot up into the sky from where the commotion was, illuminating the entire area. Ding Ling was shocked and turned around in exasperation, thinking that all the experts in the city had just left, and someone had come to cause trouble. However, within the light, there was a dense white shadow, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. Then, along with the formation light, the figure slowly disappeared from the city. Ding Ling hurriedly flew over and asked, "Who was that person just now?" The people in charge of the teleportation gathered around and looked at each other. The leader of the group felt guilty and said, "Sir, we didn't even see who that person was. Please punish us. Milord, please punish me." The surrounding martial artists were all ashamed and lowered their heads. Ding Ling looked at the teleportation formation and said, "Since this person came from the city, he must have been hiding in the city for a long time. We didn't even notice him." She frowned. Yanwu was now a mixed city. Although the management was very strict, it was impossible to grasp the information of all the martial artists. It was normal to miss one or two, especially those powerful ones. If they deliberately avoided the supervision of Yanwu, it was not impossible. Ding Ling asked, "That person just teleported to the direction of Yingying. The direction has not been adjusted. It should be the Red Moon City," the person in charge hurriedly said. "Red Moon City?" Ding Ling's heart moved, and she nodded. "All right, it's fine now. You guys can do your jobs. Let's just pretend that what happened just now never happened." She felt relieved. No matter what the identity of that person was, since he was going to the Red Moon City, he was still a strong warrior of the realm of heavenly martial arts, which was also a part of his strength. In this turbulent era, although everyone had their own goals and ideals, under the common disaster of the realm of heavenly martial arts, they could still put aside their previous grudges and work towards the same goal, even at the expense of their lives. It was like this 100,000 years ago, and it was still the same 100,000 years later. Ding Ling stood in the wind, and the cold wind blew her hair into a mess. She was slightly startled and said to herself, "A source of unrest in the city? There seems to be another person, right?" She remembered that when she went to look for that person, she was directly rejected outside the door. Maybe I didn't explain it clearly enough. Wei Qing doesn't have a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Red Moon City. If he can understand the current danger, he might even help. There were so many experts risking their lives in front of us. I was rejected several times. So what if I lose face? Ding Ling immediately made up her mind to persuade Wei Qing to make a move. She would not give up until she convinced him. After a while, Zhuo Qingfan's figure appeared in the eternal world. He looked around and saw nothing but the endless void. It seems that it will take some time for the realm of everlasting life to be completely integrated with the realm of heavenly martial arts. Zhuo Qingfan took out a needle and held it in his palm. The needle was in the shape of a diamond, with two different colors on both ends. It spun rapidly in the air and then stopped, pointing straight to the south. The south? I wonder how far it is. Zhuo Qingfan mumbled to himself before his figure disappeared. After a while, on a huge floating continent in the eternal world, the space trembled slightly, and Zhuo Qingfan reappeared. There was no end to the continent. It was covered in hills, exuding an old and decaying aura. It was like an abandoned world, devoid of any life. However, the spiritual energy on this land far exceeded that of the other nothingness. It should be here. Zhuo Qingfan was overjoyed, and he hurriedly flew down. He suddenly stopped less than 10,000 feet from the ground. His pupils shrank as he immediately sensed the power of the enchantment in front of him. It was very dangerous. However, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and his figure disappeared in the void. The next moment, he stepped on the land of mysterious Separation Island. A surprised voice rang out from the void, and a burly man who was more than 9 feet tall appeared before Zhuo Qingfan. His thick brows furrowed as he bellowed, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Zhuo Qingfan didn't want to waste any more words. He immediately took out the command token the Misty Rock Lord had given him and showed it to the other party. "I have something to discuss with the island master." 4 kings. When the man saw the token, he was shocked. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said, 50 li southeast. After saying that, the man didn't bother to talk to him anymore and disappeared in a flash. Similarly, Zhuo Qingfan disappeared from his original spot. In an instant, he reappeared more than 50 miles away, and a plain, white hall appeared before his eyes. There were a few buildings scattered around, but they were all so quiet that one could hear a needle. They seemed to be empty. Almost all the experts who had woken up on mysterious Separation Island had gone to Yanwu. This place, which had been deserted before, now seemed even more dead. "I am Zhuo Qingfan. Greetings to the island lord of the mysterious parting island." Zhuo Qingfan called out a few times, but there was no response. Just as he was feeling surprised, a voice suddenly rang out. "There's no need to shout. There's no one here." A ball of light appeared in front of him and a figure slowly appeared. The figure's back was facing him, and from that slightly hunched back, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. An invisible aura of a sovereign was displayed in front of him. "Are you the island lord of the mysterious parting island?" Zhuo Qingfan was shocked and quickly cupped his fists. "It's me," the figure said indifferently. "What are you here for?" Zhuo Qingfan tidied his clothes and said respectfully, "There's an emergency. I'm here to report to you, sir." He then gave a brief report on the Battle of the Red Moon City to Yi Qingyu. Although it was only a few sentences, he clearly described the importance and urgency of the battle. Yi Qingyu did not move as if he was thinking about something. Zhuo Qingfan was a little anxious. After all, the battle at the front line was ever-changing. It would take a lot of time to rush over from mysterious Separation Island. He could not afford to delay. I hope your excellency can send more experts. Yi Qingyu said, of the 4 kings of Xianli Island, 2 have already gone. Isn't that enough? Currently, only a dozen or so people on mysterious Separation Island have woken up. Some are still sleeping on the island, and no one knows when they will wake up. Is there no other way? Zhuo Qingfan asked anxiously. More than half of the strong cultivators from the realm of heavenly martial arts have gathered in Red Moon City, Yi Qingyu said. If we can't defend this city, it'll be difficult to deal with the demonic tribulation this time. The Battle of Red Moon City is a serious matter, Zhuo Qingfan said. We can't afford to be careless. If there are no more powerful cultivators on the island to help us, I'll take my leave now. I still have to rush to the battlefield. Zhuo Qingfan bowed and turned to return to the Red Moon City. Hold on. What? Yi Qingyu suddenly asked. When you entered Xianli Island, did you use the Great Void technique? Zhuo Qingfan's expression changed slightly, and his heart trembled for some reason. However, there were many people who knew about this technique, so there was no need for him to hide it. Yes, I am. Yi Qingyu nodded and looked up at the endless sky. He sighed and said, it is indeed the Great Void technique. This technique was incomparably wondrous, and there were no records of it in the long river of history. However, I happen to know of someone who once knew this technique. Zhuo Qingfan's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was in a daze. Yi Qingyu's aged body slowly turned around. At the same time, his aura began to change. The vicissitudes of life faded away like dust, and a young and delicate face appeared before Zhuo Qingfan. Ah! Zhuo Qingfan shrieked and took a step back uncontrollably, as if he was shocked by the young face. Don't be surprised, Yi Qingyu said with a smile. It's just a secret technique. Yes, Zhuo Qingfan said with a fist salute. Yes, Yi Qingyu said. Although that person has unintentionally passed down many divine powers, I've studied them carefully and there's no Great Void technique among them. I'm very curious. Where did you learn this technique from? Zhuo Qingfan's expression changed several times before he finally said, I learned it by chance. Hee hee. Since you don't want to say, I won't force you. I have a question, Yi Qingyu said with a smile. Is that person still alive? Zhuo Qingfan's expression changed drastically. Island Lord, what you're saying is rather baffling. Forgive me for my lack of knowledge. I really don't understand. Hee hee. All right. Yi Qingyu laughed and said, as for the Battle of the Red Moon City, I still have about 7 or 8 people I can use. I'll have them rush over. Zhuo Qingfan was overjoyed. I wonder how strong those lords are. Does the Island Lord have any intention of personally fighting them? He asked hurriedly. He wanted to take Yi Qingyu with him. He was one of the 4 domain monarchs and had reached the Fate realm back then. Now he was even more powerful. Even a mere projection of Yi Qingyu made him feel great pressure. He even wondered if Yi Qingyu had already reached that level. Haha. Yi Qingyu laughed. I still have things to deal with. I can't leave now. The strength of those 7 or 8 people varied, but they were all in the God realm. They were originally left behind to guard this island, but there's no need for that anymore. Zhuo Qingfan was extremely curious about Yi Qingyu's strength. He could not help but ask, Darren has been in closed-door training on Xianli Island for 100,000 years. Your strength should be stronger than before. If Darren leads the army, we will definitely be invincible. Haha. I won't embarrass myself with my insignificant strength. This sky no longer belongs to us old people. Yi Qingyu sighed and waved his hand. The situation is urgent. You should leave quickly and not waste your time here. Yes. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhuo Qingfan's forehead. He immediately realized that he had been extremely rude earlier. Fortunately, Yi Qingyu had not taken it seriously. He turned around and disappeared from mysterious Separation Island. In the Red Moon City, the shocking battle was still brewing. The terrifying fluctuations spread out in circles, and the city was completely gone. It was as if a battle was happening in the barren world. Apart from the Misty Rock Lord and Yunxiao, who were steadily suppressing the giant demon, the other 5 battlefields were having a very difficult time. Especially the 3 major sects and the master and disciple duo, they suffered heavy casualties. In order to save an elder of Xianxia Palace, Mi Jihan was severely injured by the giant demon and could barely hold on. Chu Hongyan was the only Void Realm warrior left. She had to draw away the main attack of the giant demon, which put a lot of pressure on her. But fortunately, Yunxiao had trapped the remaining dozen or so fiend monarchs of the Blue Clan, leaving Qian Shang and the other experts free. They rushed over again without stopping, which slightly relieved the pressure on the 3 sections. In terms of combat strength alone, the giant demon did not reach the level of a demon supreme. It was only on par with an ordinary creation realm expert. However, because of the realm power suppression, the heavenly martial arts realm could only display the battle strength at the peak of the void realm. It was not impossible to deal with it, but the defense and vitality of the giant demon were too strong. Thus, after a long battle, the heavenly martial arts realm was in a very passive position. On the other side of the battlefield, Ling Mudi, Beifeng Nan, and Pan Yi were having a good time. Although they did not have the upper hand, they did not seem to have lost. They were almost in a draw. The patrolling bullfighter had long since been flattened by the palm. It only dared to stand in the distance and use the 9 Heavens Doluo ring to harass the enemy from a distance. All 3 of them had strong physical bodies. As long as they didn't fight head-on with the giant demon, they were in little danger by relying on their movement techniques. However, it was difficult for them to win, at least not in a short time. There were also the 3 giant demons trapped by the people of Mysterious Separation Island. They were also in a bitter battle and people died from time to time. Some of the cultivators from Mysterious Separation Island were already nearing the end of their lives, so they were even more fearless and sacrificed their lives for justice. On the contrary, they were the ones who killed the most tragically. The giant demon that the Misty Rock Master was holding back was almost cut into a human stick. But it still didn't die. This is the last strike. I've lost MV-dations. Die! The illusory light in the Misty Rock Lord's hand grew larger, and the blade of light more than doubled in size. The Misty Rock Master's face suddenly turned pale. Clearly, he had poured all his strength into it and slashed towards the slender giant demon. Boom! A loud sound of rolling stones came from the giant demon's body. The virtual light split into 3 in the air and directly cut the giant demon into 4 pieces, which fell from the sky. It was as if a mountain had crumbled, falling to the ground with a boom and turning into stone. This earth-shaking attack immediately shocked everyone. This was especially encouraging for the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts. The Misty Rock Master's pale face had yet to recover, and his red blood vessels could still be seen. His aura was extremely low. Yunxiao was overjoyed as well. In the current situation, it was almost the limit for the heavenly martial realm to remain undefeated. The victory of the Misty Rock Lord might be the beginning of breaking the stalemate. Just as he was feeling excited, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes, which were of different colors, trembled as he looked at the crack in horror. In the surging demonic chi, human heads began to move. It was the omen of a large number of demons gathering. Gong looked down coldly and said, "Finally, one of them died? That's good too. There'll be some space in this crowded space for you guys to move around." Hee hee. The demonic chi was filled with sinister laughter. Z looked down indifferently and spat out 2 words. "Boring." "I don't care if you're interesting or not," Gong snorted coldly. "But it's your job to get rid of these bastards." Purple waved her hand, and the demons that looked like black meatballs bounced forward. A few of them reached the crack and slowly moved their bodies. Then they lost their balance and fell out of the crack. 1, 2, 3 Wangliang, as if they were diving, the black meatballs jumped out of the crack one by one and fell to the ground. Yunxiao, Master Lan Yen, and the others who had not fought watched in shock, not understanding what was going on with these devils. Soon, hundreds of oval-shaped black meatballs jumped down from the sky, and finally one landed on the ground. Boom! A muffled sound came from below. The black meatball landed on the ground and its body exploded, creating a huge pit with a radius of several hundred feet. In addition, the pit was full of a large number of strange plants, all of which had never been seen in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The plants were pitch black, and they breathed in and out demonic chi. They began to spread out on their own, and in an instant the range had expanded from a few hundred feet to over 1,000 feet. Bang! Bang! The sound of meatballs falling rang out, and in an instant, the ground was covered with all kinds of demon plants. At this moment, the demonic chi in Red Moon City was even more abundant than in ordinary areas of the demonic realm. These plants were even more excited, as if they had sucked blood. They desperately spread in all directions, and many of their roots and leaves were entangled together. Very quickly, they directly turned into a forest. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden change. Although the change was extremely shocking, and it was an earth-shattering change, it only took a few breaths' time. They didn't even have time to react. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Now, apart from the teleportation array being guarded by someone who was working together to form a seal to resist the invasion of the plants, the entire Red Moon City had turned into a forest, and the area it covered was even larger than the original Red Moon City. The appearance of these plants immediately caused the terrifying demonic chi that had accumulated to start circulating. Through the breathing of the plants, this forest became a small environment suitable for the survival of the demon race, imitating the demon world. Gulp! Xianxia swallowed with difficulty, as if he were still in a dream. At this moment, he seemed to have realized a more serious problem. The giant demon that he had been suppressing seemed to have gained strength and began to roar and lift the Tusada mountain. Not only the one at the foot of his mountain, but the other 5 were obviously more powerful and violent. The heavenly martial arts realm side began to suffer large-scale casualties. Damn it! So that's what happened. Xianxiao's eyes were cold and filled with anger. The self-circulating system in front of him simulated the most basic living environment of the devil realm, and it had a very strong resistance to the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. If the giant demon was not suppressed by the realm power, its combat strength was comparable to that of a creation realm expert. The only thing that did not change was the demonic monarch, who was suppressed by the 12 divine beings killing formation. The self-circulating system of the demonic realm was pushed out, and the world power of the divine realm tablet was inside the formation. The demon monarchs were in a miserable state. The number of demon monarchs killed by the golden giant spirit had been greatly reduced, and only 5 or 6 of them remained. They could not hold on for much longer. But Xianxia could not care about that anymore. 6 creation realm experts were enough to annihilate them all. Everyone, retreat. Lord Bo Mu, use the Saint Devil Hall to cover everyone. Purple looked down coldly and mocked. Oh, you want to run now? The large group of silly birds behind him disappeared into the crack one by one and rushed down. In almost an instant, they appeared beside the martial artists. The wings that wrapped around his body spread out and gave off a metallic luster. They were as hard as iron as they swept out. Woof! Whoosh! Several elders of the 3 sects were immediately cut in half, blood spurting into the sky. Chu Hongyan cried out in alarm. The purple firmament sword shone with light, and the Disha Chi was stimulated to the limit, forming a dense sword net of light in the sky, protecting everyone. She shouted, "Let's go!" Bang, bang, bang. The iron wings of more than 10 silly birds hit the sword net, sending out waves of light. Master! Luo Yunshang, who was also covered in blood, said anxiously, "Let's go together. You are in charge of bringing everyone back to the Saint Devil Hall. Don't drag things out." Chu Hongyan scolded. With a wave of her left sleeve, she sent a strong force to push Yunshang away. Luo Yunshang was very anxious, but she knew that she could not act on impulse at this time, so she turned around abruptly and went down. The 3 sects had suffered heavy casualties. Before, close to a third had died. After the large number of silly birds appeared, close to a third had died. The remaining people were all heavily injured. Only about 10 plus of them managed to escape, flying back to the Saint Devil Hall. However, they knew that even if they returned to the Saint Devil Hall, it didn't mean that they were safe. It was just a short break for them to catch their breath. The intensity of this battle was far beyond their expectations. At this time, no one had any hope of returning alive, so everyone's faces were calm, waiting for a breather before fighting again. After Chu Hongyan used a desperate move to cover everyone's escape, she was about to withdraw the sword net and leave. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. It was the giant demon's palm. Under the strong wind, the space within a radius of nearly 1,000 feet was shackled. She was terrified, but it was already too late to escape. She could only force her remaining true chi into the sword, causing it to shine even brighter and shrink back from 20 to 30 feet in size, forming a space several feet in front of her. Boom! The giant demon's palm hit the sword light, and the light immediately shattered. The violent aura hit Chu Hongyan's body, and the sky was filled with blood. A peerless figure fell down with the luxurious purple cloud sword. Master! Yunxiang's shrill cry pierced through the sky as she rushed out in a flash, flying in the direction where Chu Hongyan had fallen. The silly birds were extremely fast and caught up in an instant. They all had strange and terrifying looks on their faces. They spread their iron wings and slashed at Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunxiang. Yunxiao, who was suppressing the towering devil and a few demon monarchs in the distance, had planned to kill the 3 remaining demon monarchs before returning to the Saint Devil Hall. But he was startled by Yunxiang's scream and turned around. He happened to see the scene of Chu Hongyan falling down along with the purple cloud sword. Yin Hong's blood stained her dress and sword, and all of them stung his eyes. He only felt his scalp go numb, and his brain almost lost consciousness. His figure flashed on the Tusada heavenly peak and teleported to Chu Hongyan's side. With a large amount of lightning around him, he attacked the silly birds that were surrounding him. 5 lightning strikes. Boom, boom, boom. A flash of lightning bloomed on his body. Under the wind from the punch, it turned into countless lightning dragons that pierced through Silly Bird. The tensome Silly Birds screeched and died miserably under the lightning, their bodies exploding. Yunxiang took the opportunity to fly over and catch Chu Hongyan and the purple firmament sword. She said softly, "Cloud mist." Her heart suddenly trembled. Yunxiao's back was facing her, so she could not see his face clearly, but she felt an inexplicable fear. The black shadow appeared in the sky again. The giant demon swung its mountain-like fist and smashed down from the sky. Wherever the fist passed, the void shattered. Yunxiao's body gushed with a bright light. Like a golden body, the light turned into an armor and covered his body. Then it transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, each of which performed a hand seal. The Dharma form behind her happened to face Yunxiang. Its cold face was like ice that had been deposited in the deep sea for hundreds of millions of years, and it gave off a chilling aura. Yunxiang trembled. She knew that she would only cause more trouble for Yunxiao if she stayed any longer. So she immediately said, "Be careful," and flew toward the Saint Devil Hall. Almost everyone's eyes gathered on him. The giant demon's fist was like a meteorite falling to the ground, and the entire sky was pressing down on this point. The whistling wind from the punch even penetrated Yunxiao's body and crushed the ground of Red Moon City. Is he crazy? Everyone's heart trembled as they watched in horror. In the face of such a terrifying punch, Yunxiao did not seem to have any intention of dodging. Instead, he kept increasing his strength. Gong Yi stared at it and said in shock, "Is he going to take that punch?" Head Purple's brows raised, revealing a look of surprise. The corners of his mouth could not help but curve up as he sniggered. Finally, something interesting has happened. In the Saint Devil Hall, in front of the demonic mirror in the crack, the Misty Rock Master, and even Ling Moody and the others who were still fighting, all of them were shocked. The Misty Rock Master stared at the sky, muttering to himself. Because the woman he loved was injured, his anger stimulated his infinite potential? A brat who has just stepped into the void light realm can actually transform into a void light armor. Humph. The last muffled sound seemed to express dissatisfaction, but there was no dissatisfaction in the tone at all. Yunxiao stood quietly in front of the meteorite-like fist, his 3 faces as cold as iron and expressionless. Suddenly, he raised his 6 arms and began to perform incantation gestures. Rays of golden light emerged from the seals. They were the 3 great hand seals that he had created. The The golden rays turned into swimming dragons that spiraled up and gathered above his head. 3 seals in one. Go to hell. The endless angry roar was like a volcanic eruption, or a giant rock thrown into the lake, causing ripples. His face, which was originally as cold as iron and as calm as a mountain, suddenly became unusually angry and ferocious, as if all his anger was pouring out at this moment. There was a faint layer of white flame on top of the virtual light. It was the ice fiend heart flame. It burst out with his emotions and mixed with the virtual light. Boom! The 3 seals merged into one and transformed into a dragon, coiling around the arm of Xianxiao's Dharma idol in front of him and striking out to meet the mountain-like fist power. Boom, boom, boom! The giant demon punched in front of Xianxiao's hands, and a terrifying spirit pressure burst out in all directions. Rings of light directly turned into an enchantment that swept over the entire sky of Red Moon City. The areas where the battle was still going on were all swept up by the world power, and many injured martial artists spat out blood and died on the spot. More than half of Silly Bird's bodies exploded from this shock. Even the other 5 giant demons seemed to have been affected. They stopped fighting and turned to look. The force of the impact turned into a barrier, shaking in all directions. All the surviving warriors of the Heaven Martial Realm hurriedly fled into the Saint Devil Hall. Bohemieux's face was also pale. He had activated the Saint Devil Hall's defenses to the maximum, trying to resist this terrifying might. The ground had long been covered with cracks, and all the demonic plants within several thousand feet had been swept away. However, the ground had already turned black, completely demonized. Gong's eyes widened like copper bells as he looked down in shock. After the impact barrier dispersed, the figures of the towering devil and Xianxiao emerged, and their fists were confronting each other. Impossible! Impossible! What? Gong lost his composure and exclaimed, "The giant demon's attack just now has already reached the level of the Heavenly Martial Realm's Fate Realm. How did he manage to withstand it? He actually took such an attack. Well, it's not too strange." Purple twirled her hair and analyzed. That giant demon's strength isn't in its attack, but its defense. In addition, they had been fighting for so long, so it was normal for their strength to be reduced. Although this simulated ecosystem could eliminate some of the power of the realm, it was not the real environment of the demon world, so the extent of elimination was limited. This kid's god art is very powerful to begin with, so it's normal for him to withstand this attack with his explosive power. Is it normal? In front of the magic mirror, Ji muttered to herself. Even if it's normal, this brat should be seriously injured and can't fight anymore, right? The battle in the entire Red Moon City came to a standstill and became strangely quiet. Everyone looked at the 2 people in the sky who were fighting with their fists. One was as tall as a mountain, while the other was peerless and independent. The giant demon let out a low groan, as if it was extremely dissatisfied with the result. It tried to pull its fist back, only to find that it had been clenched tightly by Xianxiao's arms. It tried to shake it a few times, but it could not move. Roar! An angry voice came from the giant demon's mouth, as if it was a great humiliation to have its fist imprisoned by such a small existence. Fuck you! I'm telling you to die. Didn't you hear me? After a brief silence, Xiao's long body burst out with endless roars and curses again, and the faint light on his body brightened again with the eruption of anger. A huge demonic shadow appeared behind him and also turned into a true fiend Dharma body with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 faces were exactly the same as the real body, and they were all extremely furious. Their 6 eyes were as wide as copper bells, shooting out cold light that penetrated their bodies. What? As soon as the celestial body appeared, all the demons were shocked and looked aghast. What made them even more frightened was the dark cloud that surrounded the true fiend. A ring of barriers appeared in the void, and a terrifying aura came from it. A 6 Paths demonic weapon. This brat is going to use the 6 Paths demonic weapon again. In front of the demonic mirror, Yen shouted in shock, and the rest of the people's faces also changed. Gong Shuang's eyes were full of haze as he gritted his teeth and said, "How can he still have the strength to use the 6 Paths demonic weapon after taking a blow from the giant demon? In front of the crack, Purple's face was also solemn, but the excitement in his eyes was even more intense. The true fiend Dharma body stretched out its hand and made a grabbing motion. Metallic clanking sounds came from the star ring, and the 12 fortune wheels on the AMO will treasure spun, emitting the cries of thousands of birds as it slashed forward. Boom! The sky trembled because of the fear. The giant demon's red eyes were also filled with fear. The greater fear was not the power of the AMO Luan Bao, but the supreme pressure from the heavenly saint artifact of the demon world. It made his heart tremble in fear. The giant devil raised his arm and blocked in front of him. Boom! The giant sword shadow of the AMO will fell and hit his arm. A large amount of gravel was shot up and turned into powder. Hundreds of deep cracks appeared on the giant demon's arm. It was a terrible sight, but it still managed to withstand the blow from the demonic armament. In front of the demonic mirror, the demon venerables heaved a deep sigh of relief, as if a rock had been lifted off their hearts. If the giant demon had been killed in one strike, that would have been too terrifying. On the contrary, everyone in the Saint Devil Hall was filled with disappointment. Walla walla! Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, an iron chain came down from the sky. After a few shuttling back and forth, it turned into a chain shadow that covered the sky and completely bound the giant demon. A huge black iron net appeared in the sky, connecting to all directions. The giant demon's arms, legs, body, and neck were all tightly bound. Black runes kept appearing on the chains. One of the true fiend Dharma body's arms pulled in the air, and the chains that filled the sky trembled. The giant demon seemed to be in extreme pain as it let out a low groan. So noisy! I told you to go die. Didn't you hear me? Xianxia roared again, his voice more intense and angry than the previous 2 times. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body, with one eye turning crimson and the other bottomless black. From his forehead to his entire body, other than a large number of magic patterns, there were also bulging blue veins. Every blood vessel and meridian carried boundless pain and anger. This is the 3rd time. You must die. There won't be a next time, he said. Xianxia roared coldly as he raised an arm and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, his palm facing the sky. The true fiend Dharma body did the same. A black vortex condensed behind the Dharma body, and a battle armor slowly extended from the vortex, the tip of which was pointed at the Atlas demon. What? The 3rd 6 Paths MO weapon. The 4 demon supremacies in front of the mirror were completely confused. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and the passage that was supported by the 4 of them also trembled because of their emotions. Using 3 MO weapons at the same time. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? Yen cried out involuntarily. He could no longer control the emotions in his heart. His face was filled with shock and even fear. Ho's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "This person is definitely a great threat to the devil world. He must be killed. I can't let him live." Gong's eyes also flashed with a cold light as he nodded. "I'll also agree with your point of view. In the following battle, killing this person must be the priority. It is far more important than occupying the Red Moon City." At the same time, somewhere in the demonic realm, in a pitch-black, bottomless pool that was as silent as death, the surface of the water suddenly rippled. Voila! The black jade-like water surface exploded, turning into a water dragon that soared into the sky. A figure emerged from the deep pool, floating on the water's surface. His face was full of shock and gloominess. It was Dijia who had returned to the devil world. His eyes looked into the infinite distance, and he muttered to himself, "His comprehension of MO weapons has improved so quickly?" On a nameless island in the North Sea of the realm of heavenly martial arts, a large number of corpses of sea beasts were suspended in the air, covered with white spot poison. A man was making corpse puppets, and corpse chi filled the air above the sea. Suddenly, the man was shocked and flew toward the island. He saw a white-robed woman standing on a large rock, quietly looking toward the east. Jing Qi flew down hurriedly, bowed and said, "Your Excellency has come out of seclusion." Xiao Hong didn't say anything and continued to look towards the east for a long time. However, a large amount of demonic chi appeared on her beautiful face, turning into lines that were imprinted on her skin. The blood in his body seemed to have been touched by some kind of power, and it flowed even more rapidly. In the sky above Red Moon City, everyone's eyes were attracted by the true fiend Dharma body. One arm was holding a sword and slashing at the giant demon, one arm was holding the chain, and the other arm was raised high. Alai Xuanzong appeared from the black shadow behind him. Die! Don't make me say it again! Yunxiao roared as his true fiend Dharma body suddenly grabbed Alai Xuanzong and thrust it forward. Voila! Alai Xianxia stabbed into the giant demon's body. A large number of broken rocks exploded, and the entire demon weapon went through. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The huge battlefield of the Red Moon City was filled with void turbulence everywhere. Terrifying forces kept appearing in the sky, but it was as quiet as a ghost city, without a single sound. Gulp! The sound of swallowing rang out in the air. It was Gong's projection. He looked in horror at the giant demon that had been slashed by the Amo Luan treasure, bound by Ali Fansha, and finally pierced through by the Alai Shengang. Even though he looked a little pitiful, it was the first time in 100,000 years that he had received 3 six-paths demonic weapons. Boom! The giant demon's body suddenly exploded, turning into hundreds of millions of stone fragments. They were swept up by the violent black hurricane and shot into the sky. Not good. The Asmodeans at the entrance of the crack were shocked, and the hurricane directly rushed towards them. A large number of demon lords instantly dispersed and made a path, but there were still some demons who could not react in time, especially many 10-directional evil spirits at the back. They were blown up by the hurricane and died. The force was endless, and it swept everything within 1,000 feet of Yunxiao into it. The entire process lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. It was as if a huge vortex had formed around him, absorbing everything and then spitting it out. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the people from both sects remained silent and watched quietly. The remaining 5 giant demons' eyes flickered with red light, revealing a deep fear. They couldn't help but take a step back, feeling the pressure in their hearts decrease. Within the Saint Devil Hall, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and joy. However, the faces of the Misty Rock Master, Lingmu Di, and the others were filled with worry. Yunxiao's attack just now was obviously an attack that exceeded his potential, and generally such an attack would take a long time to weaken. After the true devil spirit crushed the devil with the 3 six-paths demonic weapons, it turned into a ball of demonic shadow and disappeared in the air. Yunxiao retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms as well. The light from his body faded, and he stood in the air, looking a little desolate. But with a flash of azure lightning, he disappeared from his original spot and returned to the Saint Devil Hall. Luo Yunshang and the others were healing Chu Hongyan. A large number of experts were also seriously injured. The Supreme Elder of Shenshao Palace, Kujihan, was also seriously injured and had died. Without saying a word, Yunxiao bent down and began to check her injuries. Yunxiao, Master's life isn't in danger for the time being, Yunshang said. She's just passed out because all her meridians have collapsed. I'm afraid she won't be able to fight for a long time. Yunxiao turned a deaf ear. He did not believe anyone's judgment, only his own. After a brief examination, he found that it was exactly as Yunshang had said. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the coldness and solemnness on his face were gone, replaced by exhaustion. In just an instant, these dispirited emotions were swept away. He roused his spirit and said, "Everyone, enter the Divine Realm Tablet." Many people's expressions changed slightly, but most of them were dejected. "Are we really going to retreat?" the Misty Rock Master asked in a deep voice. "Retreat?" Yunxiao glanced at him and said, "If we don't retreat, everyone will die." Then, didn't our comrades who had just sacrificed their lives die in vain? Someone shouted. The man was full of resentment and said with hatred, "Why didn't you retreat earlier? At this moment, I don't want to retreat anymore. I'd rather die in battle." The hall was completely silent. Everyone's expression was different. Many people had already begun to express their dissatisfaction. but most of them were still silent. Lingmu sighed and stood out. Even if we don't retreat now, we'll lose Red Moon City, and we'll also lose our lives for nothing. Besides, our retreat is only temporary. After all, with our current strength, we can't stop their edge. We'll fight after the reinforcements arrive. At this time, unity was more important than anything else. If there were any conflicts or disputes, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. That was why Lingmu stood up to speak for Yunxiao. With his qualifications, everyone was willing to listen. The Misty Rock Master also understood the relationship between the two. He nodded. Let's retreat first. We'll wait for reinforcements before we fight. Yunxiao took out the Divine Realm tablet, which stood in the middle of the hall like a huge door, emitting a white light. Everyone go in. Then when will the reinforcements arrive? Someone was still dissatisfied and snorted. With Shuqingfan's speed, Yunxiao said, it should be soon. I'll destroy the teleportation formation later to prevent them from being surrounded by the demons. They'll be attacked from all sides as soon as they come out. After destroying the teleportation formation, the location of the reinforcements will be more random. Lingmu nodded and said, you've considered this very well. Let's enter the Divine Realm tablet quickly. Only then did people begin to enter the steel one by one, especially those who were extremely seriously injured. They had no more strength to fight and all entered on their own. Luo Yunsnang also picked up Chu Hongyan and followed the crowd into the Divine Realm tablet. Hurry up, Bo Mu suddenly said in a low voice. Those demons have begun to gather their troops and prepare to attack again. In front of the crack in the demonic dimension, a large number of demons poured out and lined up in the sky. The 5 giant demons adjusted themselves and began to roar continuously, sending simple messages to encourage each other. Gong stood in front of the crack and said coldly, I'll gather another force here. This time we must occupy this city no matter what. More importantly, we must kill that man just now. Purple, can you do this? Purple squinted her eyes and nodded with a smile. Yes, she said casually. Gong stared at him with a vulture's face, his heart burning with anger. In front of such a big matter, he had such an attitude. He thought to himself, I'll teach him a lesson after I return to the demon world, and make him pay for his arrogance. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to endure Purple's attitude. He nodded and said, I hope you won't let down the great trust you have placed on you. Purple suddenly let out an eh sound and opened his eyes. He looked at the teleportation formation on the ground and became excited. LT seems to have become more interesting. What? Gong was shocked. He looked at the teleportation formation and saw the space spinning. A giant whirlpool was formed above it, and a battleship slowly emerged. Reinforcements. Gong's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Damn it! He should have destroyed the teleportation formation long ago. I thought that all the experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts had come, but I didn't expect there to be more. The battleship kept appearing in the void, and it was already emitting a powerful aura. It kept pushing away the demonic plants in the surroundings, creating a huge vacuum with a radius of several thousand feet. Ziha laughed out loud. This is more interesting. It's a good time to get rid of all these bugs in one go. It'll save us from future troubles. His face was filled with an excited smile, and he seemed to be more interested than when he came out of the crack. Within the Saint Devil Hall, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The reinforcements are here. There's no need to leave. Shuqing Fan. Yunxiao cried out in surprise, his face full of joy. His voice was trembling, and his eyes were even filled with tears, as if he was about to cry. Shuqing Fan's usual calm demeanor was replaced by a serious nod, as if he had not let her down. With such a tragic scene, he could not remain calm, and his heart felt like it was being pressed by a stone. Almost all the forces of Yanwu have been dispatched here. Lord Haofeng has also led all the forces of Mysterious Separation Island. I've even been to Xianli Island and met Lord Yiqinyu. He's using his last bit of power and will send them here. These words were extremely encouraging, and the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. The joyful atmosphere swept away the depression and heaviness. Haha, that's great. I don't mind dying. But before I die, I must contribute a little more strength and kill a few more people. An expert from Mysterious Separation Island laughed wildly. He was covered in blood and most of his life force had disappeared. After laughing wildly, he coughed a few times and suddenly stopped. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his head drooped down, and his body disappeared. Lord Shijun. Another expert beside him cried out in grief and indignation, but Shijun was already dead. The fighting spirit and excitement that had just been aroused were once again swept away by the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at Shijun in silence, as if they could see their own end. With a solemn expression, Yunxiao bowed deeply at Shijun's body. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, "There's no need to grieve, everyone. If a jar breaks from the well, the general will inevitably die in battle." To this senior, this was the best ending. Actually, before we came out, who didn't plan to die? Not bad. Before I came out, I never thought of going back alive. The old man beside Shijun recovered from his grief and said firmly, "This time, we'll throw our lives in the Red Moon City and let those bastards of the demon race know our power." Xianxia was also covered in injuries and was contaminated with a large amount of demonic qi. He seemed to be determined to die and said in a deep voice, "Alliance Master Yunxiao, please bring us to battle to our heart's content. Please bring us to battle to our heart's content." The hall was filled with people asking to fight. Everyone wanted to have a life-and-death battle with the demons. Many of them were seriously injured and difficult to recover, especially people like Xianxia who had been severely infected by the demonic qi. Even if they didn't die, they would most likely become demonic, so they were determined to fight to the death. Yunxiao was also affected by the aura. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good! I will lead everyone to fight to the death with the demons." Under Purple's command, the demonic army headed towards the Saint Devil Hall. The nearest gigantic demon headed towards the Saint Devil Hall, while the other four headed towards the battleship. Their eyes were shooting out rays of red light as they shot towards the battleship. Boom! The Saint Devil Hall was struck by the gigantic devil's attack. Instantly, its shape changed, and the space within it trembled intensely. "Kill them," Yunxiao said angrily. "Fight it out with them." He immediately turned around and left. Those who could no longer fight were all put into the Divine Realm tablet. Those who followed behind him still had the strength to fight or were determined to die. Hundreds of people rushed out at once, catching the surrounding demons off guard. The huge impact instantly killed a gap. The Misty Rock Master's figure flickered as he charged towards the giant devil. The giant demon's defense was too strong, and the previous battle had exhausted him too much. However, he was the only one who could withstand the giant demon's attack at this moment. Otherwise, if the others were to face the giant devil, they would be like a mantis trying to block a car, unable to withstand a single blow. Yunxiao rushed out with the crowd and threw Lu Ding and Liujia out as soon as he could. A huge barrier of formation light was formed and instantly enveloped all the fiends near the Saint Devil Hall. The people of the realm of heavenly martial arts turned around and also rushed into the formation, fighting with the demons. In the 12 divine beings killing formation, the world power of the Divine Realm tablet had suppressed them, causing the simulated ecosystem of the devil race to lose its effectiveness. The suppression of the world power had instantly increased. Moreover, there was also the suppression of the 12 divine beings killing formation, which caused the power of both sides to decrease and increase. That formation seems to be quite something. Purple looked on coldly from above. He stroked his chin with one hand and muttered to himself. Gong's expression did not look too good. The main mission this time is to kill that person. You actually sent so few demons over. Are you really putting your mind on this battlefield? His tone was full of blame. Zi Xiao said, "There's no hurry. This battlefield is a meat grinder. It's important to kill that man, but it's also important to crush all the living forces of the realm of heavenly martial arts." His purple eyes emitted a cold light, and his voice suddenly turned cold. I'm going to strangle them to death. Killing that person is our top priority. Gong's heart trembled as he said angrily. This was the order that the 4 demon supremacies had sent together. And if we use the battlefield as a meat grinder, we'll suffer heavy casualties. We've already suffered heavy casualties, Purple said indifferently. What's there to be afraid of if we suffer more? Besides, all kinds of stupid things have been born in the demon world for so many years. There are too many useless things, so I can take this opportunity to eliminate some. It's really a battlefield that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Gong Chi's face was ashen. If it was not just a projection, he would have turned hostile and killed her on the spot. Inside the crack, in front of the demonic mirror, Ji said, Gong, just let him go. This man's scariness isn't any less than ours. Just let him play to his heart's content. I believe he will bring us a surprise. This so-called surprise might be to eliminate half of our people, or even more than 3/4 of them. Gong's true body said coldly, if we can kill all the elites of the realm of heavenly martial arts here, Yen said, it's not a big deal to lose 3/4 of them. What are you saying? Gong angrily said, if we lose 3/4 of our strength, our position in the demon world will also be in jeopardy. On the surface, the entire devil world seems to be led by us 8 great devil venerables. Don't tell me you've been flattered for so long that you really think you're the master of the devil world. How is that possible? Yen snorted. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the opening of the crack this time is enough to cause those world-devouring demons to be so terrifying that it makes one shiver. I don't even know how many of such terrifying existences there are in the entire devil world. The other 3 fell silent. Ho suddenly said, if only there was a way to make those realm-devouring devils deal with the races of the heavenly martial realm. This method is impossible for now, at least. I don't know if it can be done in the future, Ji replied. After all, our understanding of the world-devouring devil is too little. Ho nodded. Indeed, we should pay more attention to these ancient existences in the future. Their conversation ended there, and they began to focus on the battle outside. Not long after the warships from Yanwu appeared, they were attacked by a powerful force and were instantly shattered. Hundreds of warriors rushed out angrily, but when they looked closely, they saw thousands of demons in the sky. There were also 4 giant beasts. Just the pressure was enough to make them breathless. Why are there so many rustling sounds? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that the battle in Red Moon City was urgent, they did not expect it to be so terrifying. Kill! Hao Feng suddenly shouted. Don't be in a daze. Hold your heads in your hands and kill. He was the first to unleash a blade light. The terrifying blade turned into a giant blade that swept across the sky, killing more than 10 demons in an instant. All the other martial artists also realized the seriousness of the matter. Without a word, they took out their profound level weapons and attacked. As Hao Feng said, the moment they attacked, no one thought that they could go back alive. Luo Qingyun was one of them. He saw Yun Xiao in the sky at a glance, and he instantly drew out his spear, which made a loud buzzing sound. With a simple flick, he stabbed one of the 10-directional evil spirits to death, then broke it down into countless fiends. His technique was very light, and the strength of each spear was not more or less, not daring to waste a single drop of true essence, because he understood that the battle had just begun. If he accumulated more Jin Yuan, he might be able to kill one more demon. As Luo Qingyun was thinking, a black mass suddenly appeared above his head. It was the giant demon who had raised his palm and slammed it down on the crowd. The powerful palm force directly suppressed the space, and a large number of martial artists were shackled, unable to move at all. Just how powerful is this monster? Everyone's heart sank as a chill spread through their bodies. It was as if the end of the world had come. Hao Feng's expression changed. He had already discovered that the strength of these 4 heaven-raising giant demons was not inferior to his. He was the only one among the group who could take on one of them. Immediately, the Nirvana blade rose up and the edge of the blade cut across the sky. The surging pressure was immediately cut into a crack like a deflated ball. The air was compressed to the point that it made a sizzling sound, piercing people's eardrums, and created huge sparks. As soon as the pressure was broken, the people of the heavenly martial arts realm immediately flew up and used their escape techniques to escape. Boom! The palm hit the ground, creating a huge pit, and powerful demonic chi scattered in all directions. Although this palm didn't hurt many people, it was so shocking that all the warriors of the realm of heavenly martial arts were ashen. Xianxia had also discovered the situation below, but he was too busy to take care of himself. In the 12 divine beings killing formation, except for Lu Ding and Lu Jia, who still had extraordinary combat strength, many experts of the heavenly martial realm were obviously at their wits' end. Just as he was feeling anxious, a red light suddenly appeared on the divine realm tablet. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a fire phoenix, letting out an ancient and deafening sound that resounded throughout the entire formation. Yunxiao's eyes shone with a strange light, and he could not help but be overjoyed. A red figure emerged on the jade-like divine realm tablet, and then a sky full of fire butterflies spread out in the formation. The palm-sized butterflies were all lifelike, flapping their wings. There was a rune on each of its wings, and a terrifying power was being emitted from them. The fiery butterflies appeared around every demon and gathered around them. Not good. The demon lords also discovered the problem, and in their shock, they used their demon techniques to attack the fire butterflies. Retreat! Yunxiao suddenly shouted. Everyone, retreat! The people of the heavenly martial realm had a premonition when the fiery butterfly appeared, and when they heard Yunxiao's words, they quickly scattered. At the same time, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the array power of the 12 divine beings killing formation suddenly descended, turning into mirror lights and pressing down on the devils. Bang! A fire butterfly exploded under the attack of a demon. The flames formed a circle and spread out like a wave, shaking the palm of the demon lord. The impact was not strong. The demon lord only felt a burning sensation in his palm. However, his entire expression became extremely unsightly. This was because the wings of the fire butterflies within a radius of 30 meters were set ablaze by the impact of the explosion, and the two symbols emitted a dazzling radiance. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out, followed by a chain reaction. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of fire butterflies all exploded. The entire capital heaven divine demon formation instantly condensed into a sea of fire. However, under Faney's control, the sea of fire only occupied a large area in the center of the formation, and did not hurt all the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts. A large number of screams rang out in the sea of fire. The terrifying power of the flames directly burned the demonic chi dry, and the demons were turned into nothingness, not leaving a single residue. Yunxiao was both surprised and delighted. Faney's posture at the moment was like that of a god, sacred and inviolable. The faint fluctuations of the phoenix essence, under the exploration of the divine sense, had a feeling of being in an abyss that far exceeded his strength. Could it be a creation realm expert? When the word came to Yunxiao's mind, he could not help but be overjoyed. If Faney had advanced to the manifestation stage, he would be able to turn the tide and change the outcome of today's battle. What's going on? These flames are dense. Gong looked down from the sky and couldn't help but be shocked. A powerful figure has come out of the divine realm tablet. A heavenly saint tool? The light in Purple's eyes focused as he clenched his right hand into a fist and stared at his chin. Could it be that there's an expert within the heavenly saint artifact? It doesn't make sense for him to only appear now. Perhaps she's been in seclusion, Gong said coldly. The situation is urgent now, so I had to call her out. Judging from his aura, it's very likely that he's a manifestation stage practitioner. We're in big trouble now. Creation realm? No, that's not right. He's not even at the creation realm. Purple's eyes brightened. Perhaps she has touched the threshold of creation, but she is definitely not. Fine, even if it's not, it's still a huge problem for us. Now that the war has become even more complicated, Purple, shouldn't you consider taking action personally? Gong looked at Purple coldly. as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation of the war and Purple's cynical attitude. Me? Purple was surprised. Why? I've never thought of personally taking action. Gong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared ferociously. What did you say? She looked as if she was about to pounce on him and bite him to death. Purple chuckled and said, Why is Master Gong so angry? We still have so many demons at our disposal, so why do I have to take action personally? Didn't you raise so many underlings to deal with the current situation? Good, you're good, Gong roared. After this battle, I'll wait for you in the demon world. I'd like to see how you can blow up the heavens. She flicked her sleeves and left, turning around and disappearing into the sky. He didn't want to see Purple's face again, so he went to the magic mirror to watch the battle. He didn't want to project it anymore. Purple chuckled and ignored him. With a wave of her hand, a large number of low-intelligence demons in the crack rushed down. Their target was not Xianxia, but the battlefield below. With Fanny's appearance in Xianxia's territory, it was already a little difficult to wipe them all out. Purple's current idea was to kill as much of the heavenly martial realm's power as possible. Just as he said, he wanted to turn the battlefield into a huge meat grinder. All the power that came in would be crushed mercilessly. Xianxia was shocked, and his heart went cold as he looked at the demons flying down like raindrops. Hao Feng and the others were all trapped in the dense crowd of demons. Coupled with the power of the giant demon, the rate of death and injury was extremely fast. Even Hao Feng himself found it difficult to take on a giant demon alone. There were also countless demons harassing him, and he was soon seriously injured. Xianxia hurriedly retracted the divine malevolence formation, and Lu Ding and Lu Jia flew down to rescue the others. In addition, the heavenly martial realm experts in the sky also rushed down after taking a breath. In their minds, there was no longer any concept of rest or life, only killing the enemy. Bomu also commanded the Saint Devil Hall, transforming it into rays of golden light that filled the sky like a rain of gold, shooting downwards. When the golden rain hit the demons, it passed through them, only forming a huge, invisible palace on the ground. It didn't have any physical form, but was constructed by the golden light pillars. Fanny! Xianxia looked at Fanny, who was still staring coldly at the sea of fire in front of the divine realm tablet, and called out softly. Fanny then turned around. Her cold face turned gentle as she said, My husband. The two of them only had a short exchange before they understood each other's thoughts. Fanny no longer cared about the demons in the flames. He transformed into a phoenix and flew down from the sky, bringing along the endless sea of fire into the battle. Purple looked at the figure that covered the sky and laughed. So it's the Heavenly Phoenix clan. No wonder. It's said that in the realm of heavenly martial arts, there's the true dragon, the head of all spirits, and the Heavenly Phoenix, the king of all birds. This Heavenly Phoenix already has the strength of a half-step to manifestation, so the true dragon must have already reached the manifestation realm. I don't know why he didn't come, or perhaps he has already come, but is just hiding. As soon as Fanny left, Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the boundless sea of fire, slashing at the remaining demons with his sword death. The screams rose and fell in the sea of fire, but they were quickly extinguished. As the flame grew smaller, Xianxia rushed out of it and headed toward the ground. His eyes were completely red and bloodshot. One after another, familiar figures were swallowed by the demons below. Qian Shang, Chun Duantian, and the Kongtong sect's elders were almost all dead. Even Void God Realm experts, Star Abyss and other elders of Mysterious Separation Island had fallen. Hao Feng and Ben Tingfeng were also on the verge of collapse. They almost lost their divine senses, only numbly killing Bayan. Boom! After Fei and I charged down, she turned into a huge pillar of fire and struck the head of one of the giant demons. The pillar of fire exploded and spread in all directions. Under her exquisite control, the flames avoided her own people as much as possible and burned towards the demons. Heavenly fire barrier. Her body gently landed on top of the giant demon's head. She stepped on its head with both feet and her hands quickly formed a seal. Walls of fire rose up from the ground, each one 1,000 feet tall. The wall of fire spread out in all directions with the giant demon as the center. It soon spread dozens of miles away, forming a huge fire maze. What shocked the demons even more was that the flames had burned all the demonic plants on the ground to ashes, severely damaging their simulated environment and causing their overall strength to drop. "It's indeed the heavenly phoenix," Yan Jing said in front of the magic mirror. "I'm getting a bad feeling," Gong said coldly, his face dark. "That purple is completely unreliable. I suggest we change the person. It's a pity that we're bound by this passageway. Otherwise, if one of us could get out, we would have directly crushed them into dust," Yen said. His tone was filled with unwillingness. "Don't underestimate the people of the realm of heavenly martial arts," Ji said. For so many years, the two realms had fought countless times, but they still hadn't been able to destroy the realm of heavenly martial arts. Even 100,000 years ago, an unparalleled genius like the Demon Lord Di could not completely conquer the realm of heaven martial arts. "Ji, you're not going to start finding excuses for your next defeat, are you?" Gong said coldly. "Purple is your subordinate, but if we lose this battle, I will not let him go." "You're thinking too much," Ji said. "Although the heavenly phoenix has appeared, I don't think they can turn the tables even if the true dragon comes out later. Besides, I also believe in Purple's strength. It's not a good time to launch an all-out attack now," Ho said in a deep voice. "If only we could wait for another half a year and let the crack stabilize on its own. How great would that be? Then, the few of us would also be able to directly descend into the realm of heavenly martial arts, and Lan would not have died so inexplicably." At the mention of Blue's death, the few people's faces were not good. Ji replied, "The development of this matter is beyond our control. Even the existence of these world-devouring demons has far exceeded our expectations. We can only take one step at a time and do our best." On top of Red Moon City, Yunxiao was overjoyed when he saw Feini release the barrier of heavenly fire. The giant devil directly became the center of the enchantment, and its limbs trembled under the pressure of the powerful flames. However, it couldn't break free from the enchantment, and could only accept the fact that it was constantly being roasted. Its body was burned to pieces. Purple frowned and struck out a seal. Imprints immediately appeared on the bodies of the remaining two giant demons, and they immediately charged towards Feini. Although the barrier of heavenly fire was powerful, it could only block a large number of ordinary demons. It was not of much use against the giant demons. Furthermore, the wall of fire had suppressed another giant demon. Feini was currently standing on the head and could not move. Therefore, they were the best targets. In addition, there were two other giant demons that were being held back by the Misty Rock Lord and Hao Feng, and they were locked in a fierce battle. After the wall of fire was built, Hao Feng led the giant demon into the wall of fire, constantly burning its body, which was also a kind of support. After the heavenly fire barrier appeared, the demons panicked for a while, but they quickly calmed down and started to attack through the wall of fire. Because the barrier was too large, it was not very powerful, and a large number of demons endured the heat and passed through. The two giant demons ran to Feini in a few moments. Yunxiao was taken aback when he saw this, and he hurriedly went to Feini's side and raised his sword to gather chi. Suddenly, there was a clang as the air was torn apart. A cold light flashed in the sky, and a huge round, profound level weapon flew down and stabbed into the neck of the giant demon with a clang. Dark Wheel. Yunxiao was overjoyed at the sight. He immediately knew who had come, and he immediately thrust the sword in his hand toward the other side. 9 white lotus flowers bloomed on the sword light and hit the giant demon's body one by one. They exploded like firecrackers, but only left shallow marks. After a series of fierce battles, Yunxiao's energy was almost exhausted, and he was only holding on with his will. After the other giant demon was cut by the underworld wheel, it roared angrily and grabbed the underworld wheel, pulling it out with all its might. However, a burst of green light flickered on the wheel, and countless runes flew up, forming a netherworld formation around the giant demon. A red figure flickered and appeared above the array. He made hand seals with one hand and his eyes were cold. It was Z. The formation light spun and continuously cut the giant demon's body. A large number of stones broke off from it. Xianxia was both surprised and delighted. The fact that it could directly materialize the array on the wheel showed that the judge had completely taken control of the profound level weapon. Moreover, the underworld wheel was indeed the best weapon to deal with the devil. While he was thinking, the last free giant demon roared and rushed at Xianxia and Fanny. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, causing the pillars of fire around Fei and I to rustle. Xianxia and Fanny's faces ed at the same time, and their faces were filled with surprise. Unless it was an immemorial astral wind, how could ordinary strong winds blow the heavenly fire? Wasn't that Feng Lingling just now? Xianxia said in a serious voice. Fanny also felt it and nodded. It's killing intent. A killing intent that can blow the heavenly fire, a Xianxia. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked into the sky. In the pitch-black void, he seemed to have seen something, and he couldn't help but tremble. A ferocious and terrifying face seemed to sweep across the sky, as if some terrifying existence was strolling in the void, coming from an infinite distance. That's Ying Luo. Purple's expression changed as she looked up at the sky in shock. Although the 4 demon supremacies in front of the demonic mirror could not see the truth of the void through the mirror light, they could see Purple's expression and they were all shocked. What did Purple just see? How could it make him show such an expression? G found it hard to calm down. Purple was his subordinate. With his understanding of Purple, something incredible must have happened. Humph! Gong groaned. Although he didn't want to see Purple's ugly face again, he couldn't help but flash and project himself outside the crack. Gong's projection looked in the direction of the purple gaze and saw a huge figure slowly appear in the void. It was covered in purple-black scales and had 2 white horns on its head. His face was small but extremely detestable. That's Ying Luo. Gong Yi cried out uncontrollably, his face filled with shock and even a trace of fear. At this moment, the other 3 demon supremacies in front of the demonic mirror also saw the situation clearly and couldn't help but look shocked. Ho was even more shocked as he said, Ramayana! What? What? Ji was shocked. The legendary killing god. Isn't this a legendary item? Yan Jing asked. It said that it lives outside of the stars in the universe and is born from an unknown force. How can it come here in its true body? While they were still in shock, in the boundless void, a pure white figure was walking over with the god of killing from afar. Wherever the shadow passed, the sky turned into boundless darkness. Xianxia was both surprised and overjoyed when he finally saw the man. The image of a figure floating in and out of Xinyan City appeared in his mind. And the words that man had said in Xinyan City. The shadows of the night will forever follow the illusionary light. But from today onwards, wherever I go, there will be endless shadows of the night. Ling Bai's face appeared in the air, and he stepped down. Luo Moyan's real body followed closely behind with a ferocious look on his face. He raised his purple-black hand, and his sharp claws seemed to be stained with infinite poison, shining black. Swish! Luo Moyan's fingers pierced into the giant demon's head. Roar! The giant devil let out a violent roar and struggled with all his might. He grabbed Ramayana's arm with both hands and tore it with all his might. Ramayana's face revealed a strange and terrifying smile. He bent down his huge body and bit down. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene. Luo Moyan directly bit the giant demon's head into his mouth, then grabbed the giant demon's body with both hands and kept stuffing it into his mouth. Ramayana's body was more than twice the size of the giant devil. But even so, the way he devoured it was very strange and ugly. Even those demons with low intelligence were deeply shocked by this scene. In the sky, other than the heavenly fire enchantment that was still burning, only the figure of Ramayan who was devouring the giant demon was left. Not long after, Ramayana had also stuffed the giant demon's shoulder and chest into his mouth. As he continued to eat, his body slowly grew bigger and bigger. Gulp! Xianxia swallowed in horror. He felt that Ling Bai's entrance was too shocking, but he liked it very much at this moment. A moment later, Ramayana finally finished the entire devil. His body had grown by more than a third. His strange and terrifying face revealed a satisfied smile, which made people's hair stand on end. How are we going to fight Wufu? In the demon race, any demon lord with intelligence was completely stunned, their faces even uglier than if their parents had died. Even those demons with low intelligence were scared silly and didn't know what to do. Ramayan's eyes were not like those of a living being. He glanced around the battlefield and made a strange sound. His strange smile became even more creepy. Ling Bai had been standing in the sky the entire time. Although he was as clean as snow, he was hidden in the shadows of the night, making it difficult to see his true body. Enough, you can go now, Ling Bai ordered coldly. Ramayan made a strange sound again, as if he was dissatisfied. However, he did not disobey Ling Bai's will. He took a step forward and entered the void. With another step, his back view became much smaller. After a few steps, he seemed to have returned to an infinite distance. On the battlefield, only that strange and terrifying aura remained. It was terrifying. Why? Why didn't you let that thing eat all these demons before leaving? Yun Xiao rebuked angrily with extreme dissatisfaction. His reproachful voice broke the sky and brought everyone back to their senses. When the demons heard this, they all quivered and lost all their will to fight. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape from this battlefield. They had all come from the crack, and there was a terrifying world-devouring devil at the other end of the crack. In order to attack the crack, they had suffered countless casualties. However, no matter how terrifying that world-devouring devil was, it couldn't be compared to that Ramayana. How could that still be the power of the human world? Even the 4 demon supremacies in front of the demonic mirror were trembling. Yen shivered and said, "How can we fight against Wufu? Who was this person? He's even more terrifying than the owner of the 2 realms saint weapon." There was a moment of silence in the crack. "That Ramayana has already left," Ho said in a deep voice. Fear rose in Yan's heart as he screamed. "So what if he's gone? It must have been summoned by that person. As long as he summons us again, our 4 divisions will all be annihilated. That thing must be in existence at the World King realm. Only a saint demon can compete with it. In my opinion, that thing shouldn't be coming back," said Jining. "Now, the people of the heavenly martial arts realm are obviously at a disadvantage. If that person can summon Ramayana at will, why don't we let him kill us before we leave? There's definitely a time limit to this summoning, and you'll have to pay a huge price." "Ji is right," Hodao said. "There must be a time limit and a price to pay. Otherwise, with a World King realm thing following him, the man in white would have been invincible. Even if that's the case, isn't that a little too terrifying?" Yen said with a trembling voice. "There are many terrifying things in this world," said Ji. "Don't forget why the 4 divisions joined forces to take down the realm of heavenly martial arts. Isn't it all because of that person? That person should be more terrifying than this thing, right? Tisk, damn it." Yen gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with anger. He roared, "Then I'll go all out. I'll just take advantage of the summoning time to kill that person and the owner of the dual realm, Heavenly Saint Artifact." Gong also fiercely nodded his head. He looked back and said, "Apart from maintaining this spatial crack formation and resisting the world-devouring devil's power, all other forces are to be deployed. We must exterminate these people." "Ha ha ha." In front of the crack, Purple suddenly laughed wildly. An excited and bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes as he stared at the void and said, "You were the one who summoned that thing, right?" In the sky, Ling Bai looked at him indifferently. He did not pay any attention to him. Instead, his figure floated down and flew directly into the heavenly fire enchantment, killing the devils. The moment the purple sword chi of Liushang appeared, it was accompanied by the screams of the demons. These cries cut through the heavens and earth. Only then did the people on both sides wake up, and once again threw themselves into the tragic battle. Because the scene just now was too terrifying, the hearts of all the demons were covered with a layer of shadow. In addition, the heavenly phoenix fire had almost burned all the demons on the ground, and the simulated environment of the demon world was directly destroyed. The power of the world descended again, and the pressure made them breathless. Moreover, Ling Bai's momentum was unstoppable. Wherever he passed, there were tragic sounds and demonic cries. However, those demonic spirits were too low-level. The moment they touched the heavenly fire, they immediately turned into nothingness. Purple was standing in front of the crack. When he saw that Ling Bai was ignoring him, his eyes flashed with anger and he grinned. "Haha! I finally found something interesting." A black shadow suddenly condensed from the crack and slowly turned into a demon lord. He was burly and had a calm expression. He was even wearing a rare pitch-black armor. The moment he appeared, he said, "Purple, your command has been removed by the 4 lords. Now, my demon record will replace you." "Boring things," Zishang said. He turned into a ray of demonic light and fell to the ground like a shooting star. He was aiming at Ling Bai. Boom! The meteor landed inside the heavenly fire and exploded, causing the entire barrier to shake. Fanny's expression changed drastically. The taste of blood gushed out of her throat, but she forced it down. This barrier had already exhausted all of her power, and after burning all the demonic plants, the area had shrunk by more than several times. Even so, it was already too much for her to maintain the power of the enchantment, kill all the demons in a large area, and suppress the giant demon under her feet. Now that Purple had forced his way into the enchantment, it caused a huge shock and even backfired on her body, injuring her internal organs. Purple One appeared inside the barrier and laughed hideously. He pointed at Ling Bai's body. Bang! The finger force broke through the void, shaking out layers of light. Ling Bai's expression changed, and his body flashed on the ground several times. He performed several sets of body techniques in a row to avoid the attack. However, Purple had already closed in on him and appeared directly in front of him. She made a hand seal with one hand and slapped down. Dang! When the devil seal hit the purple sword, it created a cone-like light and forced Ling Bai to retreat. Yunxiao glanced at the two of them. Ling Bai had already stepped into void tier, but compared to Purple, although he had the power of the realm to suppress him, he still seemed to be slightly inferior. Although Ling Bai did not say anything, he now understood that there must be a limit to summoning the Ramayana. While he was thinking, Z and Ling Bai had flown thousands of feet away. All kinds of light waves exploded between the two, but the devil light obviously had the upper hand, and Ling Bai was suppressed. At this moment, he was not in the mood to care about Ling Bai. Instead, he looked up at the sky in shock. The person in front of the crack had been replaced by the majestic Lu. There were specters gathering around him, as if they were gathering power to prepare for the next wave of attack. Damn it! How much power does he have left? Yunxiao was both anxious and angry. He could not even withstand the current wave of attacks, let alone another wave. The Heaven Flame's power was also gradually weakening, and its range had been reduced to only 300 meters. There were still hundreds of devils left, and the Saint Devil Hall's suppression was starting to crumble as well. The golden light that had condensed into the Yang Hall was slowly dissipating. Bo Mu didn't care about anything else. Covered in blood, he remained expressionless. However, he had never displayed any power that was beyond his current strength, as if he would rather die than be a slave again. Yunxiao glanced at Fanny and cried out, "Move!" he shouted. Fanny looked up and saw Yunxiao throwing the Tusada heavenly peak at her. Overjoyed, she turned into a ball of flame and flew down. The flames landed on one of the 10 directional brutal souls with a bang and directly exploded it into pieces. Do Shui Heavenly Peak took Fanny's place in suppressing the giant demon. After being roasted by the heavenly fire and being crushed by the mountain, a large dart of the giant demon's bodv turned into stone and crumbled. Yunxiao teleported to Tusada Heavenly Peak and sat cross-legged on it, then began to cast incantation gestures to condense earth elements, intending to crush the giant devil to death. These giant demons had already been weakened a lot after being besieged by the powerhouses of the heavenly martial realm. They could no longer bear the weight of the mountain and showed signs of exhaustion. Not far away, because Fei and I no longer needed to suppress the giant demon. His true energy instantly turned into a raging fire, causing the heavenly fire barrier to light up again. Walls of fire were pushed towards the demons. On the other side, Mo stood quietly on the underworld will formation, slowly using the power of the formation to cut down. A large amount of gravel rolled down from the giant demon's body, and thousands of deep cracks had already appeared on it. The judge's attention was drawn to Little Green, who was fighting in the distance. Beside Little Green, there was a celestial instrument floating in the air. It was the armillary sphere, and it was constantly releasing the power of the instrument to attack the devils. He could tell that it was the holy weapon of the demonic race, the armillary sphere, and from that, he could tell that Xiang had died. Otherwise, this profound-level weapon would never have fallen into the hands of an outsider. If it wasn't for the special situation at the moment, he would have probably attacked and snatched it. Swish! Yunxiao suddenly cried out as he looked at him anxiously, because on this battlefield the church was the most relaxed. It was indeed good to use the formation power on the profound-level weapons to cut down the giant demons. It was almost the smallest price in exchange for the greatest effect. Unfortunately, it took too long. At that speed, he would not be able to kill it even after a few more incense sticks of time. What Yunxiao meant was for him to end the battle as soon as possible, and then deal with the other devils. The two exchanged a look, and Mo immediately understood Yunxiao's meaning. He nodded slightly, then changed his hand seal and flew out of the formation light. A large amount of blood appeared around the house. As the hand seals changed, the blood transformed into all kinds of birds and beasts, which rushed into the dark wolf formation and bit the giant demon. Boom! Boom! Each of the blood birds and blood beasts struck the giant demon's body like a heavy hammer. Together with the slash of the underworld wheel, the giant demon's life force was quickly depleted. Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised. The divine power that the phoenix used was the secret art recorded in the Buddhist demon sacred art. It was said that Brahman was the first demon born by the demon ancestor and the one who followed the demon ancestor the longest. Many of the secret techniques and divine arts in the Buddhist demon sacred art were passed down from the demon ancestors, and many of them were comprehended by the first-generation Buddhist demon himself. For example, the blood art manifestation that Yi was using at this moment was actually the comprehension of the first-generation Fan Yao when the demon ancestor evolved the 5 insects, 7 birds, and 9 beasts. It was directly transformed into a divine art and passed down. In an instant, there were hundreds of blood art manifestations around Yi. There were all kinds of birds, beasts, and even fish and insects. The giant demon's body let out a loud cracking sound, which attracted the attention of many martial artists and demons. Everyone understood that this sound meant the death of another giant demon. The feelings of both sides were completely different. In front crack, Lu looked down and said, "This is too hateful. Everyone gather and charge down. I want to see how long they can hold on." Gong projected his image and said worriedly, "All in." "Yes, my lord." Lu cupped his fists. "Is my lord worried?" he asked, looking at Gong's expression. "What if we can't destroy the enemy this time?" Gong nodded. "It's unlikely," Lu said. "Even if we don't send any more forces to attack, we might not lose if we just rely on the demons on the battlefield. Moreover, isn't there still the last group of people? If we continue to invest more people, we'll have invested 3/5 of the 5 tribes' forces. Right now, there were still 2 forces within the rift. One of them had to maintain the barrier to prevent the sector-devouring beasts from appearing. There's still one last batch of forces left, and I hope to preserve them as much as possible." "Sir, you've filtered it out. This batch is enough," Lu Xiao said. "If there are only these people left on the battlefield, I'm not worried at all," Gong said. "I'm just afraid that there will be more terrifying forces appearing in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and that will be troublesome." "I understand," Lu said. "Then let's end this battle as quickly as possible and end this bitter battle as soon as possible." Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He suddenly waved the expert's hand down and shouted, "Kill!" Over 1,000 powerful demons shouted in unison, their voices reverberating. On the ground, The emotions of both sides were immediately reversed. The people of the demon race were ecstatic, while the people of the heavenly martial arts realm were ashen. I'm willing to die for you, but it's difficult to live twice. Ben Tingfeng roared and charged into the demons, detonating his own dantian. Boom! A huge explosion spread out, sweeping up all the devils within a radius of a few hundred feet, turning them into ashes and disappearing. Sir Ben Tingfeng, a few miserable cries rang out, and everyone was in grief. Yunxiao's face was pale and unsightly. He clenched his fists so tightly that he almost bled. One by one, familiar faces fell in front of him, turning into streaks of green blood that stained the sky. Boom! The giant demon that was trapped by the church finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was cut into hundreds of pieces by the underworld wheel and fell down as a pile of rubble. After the referee killed the giant devil, he grabbed the underworld wheel and rushed into the battlefield in a flash. That extremely tragic scene also shocked him, and over 100 blood art manifestations also followed, killing their way towards the demon army. The church's participation immediately turned the originally weak situation around. But Yunxiao's face was filled with despair as he looked up at the sky. Each of the densely packed figures exuded a powerful aura, and like a dark meteor shower, they rained down on the ground.